What is going on, everybody? This is another episode of the Boys in the Big Apple podcast. Big Blue in the Bronx is not here at the moment. He'll be in a little bit. Our guest, Brian Mansell, will be here in a little bit as well. So I'm going to go over the topics with you guys. Hope you guys had a great weekend, especially with the AFC and NFC championship games as we prepare for the Super Bowl. Cincinnati Bengals beating the Kansas City Chiefs, previewing the Cincinnati side of things and previewing the side of things when it comes to the LA Rams. So Bengals, Rams for Super Bowl 56. I'm excited. I think it's two very likable teams. There's not really a team that is hateable, should I say. We'll also go over the Pro Bowl a little bit and see what the final rosters look like, even though some people really don't care. We'll also go over the Senior Bowl. What's the latest on the draft prospects that have entered the Senior Bowl? Obviously, the Senior Bowl this weekend, going to be Saturday afternoon, and you also got a big announcement that was made official yesterday. Tom Brady retires after how many years of torture as a Jet fan? I can finally say, thank God. But some also other topics. We'll get into the lockout a little bit. The MLB and the MLBPA met once again today. The meeting yesterday was not so good when it came to discussions. A lot was left on the table, and unfortunately, we might see a delay of spring training. So that's on the downward spiral. We'll also let me just also say when it comes to the NFL topics. We'll also go with the Brian Flores lawsuit. We'll break it down. We'll give each of our thoughts. We're not trying to. We understand it's a, should I say, I shouldn't say divisive issue, but it's a very tense issue when it comes to like race and all that. So we'll try to temper. We'll speak our thoughts, but we'll try to not be as divisive. So, and we'll also talk about the finalists in the remaining head coaching openings. And then we'll get to basketball a little bit, talk about the Knicks right now, the Nets, their 5-game skid, and the latest in trade rumors. Jerry West claiming the Lakers are treating him like trash. Ben Simmons, latest news with him. Also Josh Giddey and Cade Cunningham winning Rookie of the Month for January. And that's pretty much that. So as we wait on the guests, guys, feel free to leave your comments in the chat as I'm free to answer some questions. What's going on, MH? So, MH, what are your thoughts of the allegations against the Giants organization? I mean, first of all, you know what? I'm going to give is Grimes a future starter? If you want to start on that, yeah, I think Quentin Grimes is a future starter. I think he's that guy. I mean, he could be more than a 3-and-D player, but honestly, if in my opinion, I think he can be more. He obviously can be more than a 3-and-D player, as I just mentioned. But he's, to me right now, if you placed him in the starting lineup over a guy like Evan Fournier, he's going to be the guy that's guarding the opponent's best player, unless you want that to be RJ. Now, RJ is obviously more of a two-way player, but the Knicks obviously miss the defense in the backcourt, so placing Grimes in the starting lineup would be a smart idea, but we'll see what happens after the deadline. So that's pretty much that. Flores is right. He might be. Here's what I'll say about that, and I'm not going to try to vote a race war or anything. I don't believe the racism allegations against the Giants are legit when it comes to Flores, but what seems really legit to me is the allegations against the Dolphins and the Broncos. Not saying this out of bias or anything like that, but when you make an allegation that your team, your owner, openly paid you to lose games in 2019 when it was apparent, I shouldn't say apparent, but when it was assumed that the Dolphins were tanking, it makes a very interesting. If Flores can prove that, that is so damaging against the NFL and Stephen Ross altogether. Same you could say with Hugh Jackson. He's also saying that the Browns paid him to lose games. Obviously, the Browns were terrible under Hugh Jackson. He could just be a terrible coach, but he also says that he has proof of the scenario in which he was paid by ownership to lose games on purpose. And I think that's pretty destructive against the NFL. And if something comes out of this in which the allegations against the Broncos and Dolphins are true, it's very damaging to the sport overall. It could be like a Astros scenario, but it's losing games. It's not cheating. You're just forfeiting games on purpose. It's wrong. I believe it's totally wrong. So MH says, just seems like he's been messed with without a real reason. I can see where you're coming from. Overall, listen, you could say what you want about diversity. NFL needs to be more diverse with head coaches. Sure, you could absolutely say that. I can get behind that. But the Rooney Rule that is in place now, in my opinion, MH, does more harm than good. What's going on, Brian?
How we doing today?
We're doing good. Let me thoughts on the sports weekend. How about these AFC Championship and NFC Championship games?
Man, it's an understatement to really go into like how crazy this weekend was. I mean, this AFC Championship game is just one of the great things that happened. And if you want to be really frank, Joe Burrow played out of his mind.
Yes,
he really did getting that comeback going. And, overall, when you talk about like the entire dynamic of the game, Patrick Mahomes seemed off, which is a rarity. And at the same time, we look at it and you just see it's beautiful to see another team go win. So we don't have the same people going over and over.
Yeah, again. Exactly.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's great. You don't have to really see repetition. And I agree with you 100%. I mean, in my opinion, Brian, this is probably one of the more likable Super Bowls. You got Matt Stafford and the LA Rams. You want to see Matt Stafford win because he never had that chance in Detroit. And then you got Joe Burrow on the other side, which the Bengals actually turned it around pretty quickly. Remember in 2020, they had the first overall pick, and then they did select Burrow with that pick. And they were pretty much bottom feeders when Joe Burrow got injured, even regardless last season in 2020. But overall, that turnaround is amazing. And honestly, I hope the Jets can turn it around just like they did. But for biggest news that came out yesterday, Tom Brady retired. What do you have to say, Brian, as you're a fan of the Tampa Bay Bucs?
Yes. First, I want to make it very clear. I've been a Buccaneers fan way longer than it was before Brady got there. I want to make that very clear. And at the same time, I want to go into, how important this is. Just first recognize the greatness. Every day you go on Twitter, you go on Instagram, everybody's always making fun of the great things that Brady's done. Every time he loses, there's somebody out there being a clown going all after him. And it's all in good fun, of course.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to take a moment to really respect the fact that one of the greatest quarterbacks, probably the greatest quarterback of all time, is stepping away from the game. And at his age, to do what he did is unbelievable.
Absolutely. We obviously saw him in person, Tampa Bay Bucs, New York Jets, January 2nd. It was pretty amazing to see him play in person. As I'm a big Jets fan, and I've watched him torture my teams constantly. The last time we beat Tom Brady was 2015, and he's pretty much going out with a bang. I mean, to be honest, Brian, I think he retired when he has few more years left on him. He played pretty well this season, if I have to be honest.
I agree. And the reason why I'm going to say that is because let's compare it to another great quarterback who really retired in his final season, how it went. Peyton Manning. Everybody knows when he got that last Super Bowl, it was amazing to see Peyton finally get his second one, edit with the Broncos finally, and ride out on a high. But let's not forget that final season, he had 9 touchdowns and 17 interceptions. He was not the quarterback he's supposed to be. He wasn't as dangerous as he usually was. He wasn't a big risk taker like he usually was. He was off. He was literally dragging along, and the Broncos defense was dragging his corpse. That's what it was.
It was pretty much because, let me just say, interrupt my bad, but it was pretty much the defense carried him, Von Miller, pretty much. And Peyton Manning, the ball coming out of Peyton Manning's hands was just not the same.
and it was noticeable. Everybody noticed it. That's why so many turnovers happened. But at the end of the day, he got his final Super Bowl. He rode out on a high. At 44 years old, Tom Brady's going out, leading the league in touchdowns, leading the league in passes thrown, pass attempts, leading in yardage. And the things he's done and records he's broken this year is unbelievable. Like, he is the top 2 in the MVP race, and he's just deciding, I'm going to call it now.
It's definitely interesting. I mean, he owns so many records. Like, he's first in, I think, passing touchdowns, or first in this, first in that. I mean, you could even as like, you could say I'm a Brady hater because he's destroyed my team how many times, but he's truly even with the scandal that happened back in 2014, you could honestly truly say he's the greatest quarterback that's ever lived.
Yes, and I will say one thing. One thing everybody says is that there's a good question that comes with this. Was he the most athletic quarterback ever to play? No. He wasn't the most athletic. Most durable? Definitely.
I agree with.
And another thing is the most consistent. Yes. That's what he's known for. He's known as being the great consistent quarterback and a great game manager, and someone who really literally defined longevity. And
exactly.
That's the great things about Brady. But if you're talking athletic, there's so many categories you can go with that. Is it mobility? Is it pocket presence? Is it escapability? The arm strength? There's so many elements to that. And Brady, I don't think is in that conversation. But there are plenty of other quarterbacks we can consider, like Aaron Rodgers.
Definitely. What do you think the Bucs should do at quarterback?
I've been thinking about this for a while. We've dealt with so many problems. I go through it all the time. Jeff Garcia, Josh Freeman, Mike Glennon, which the Giants fans know plenty about. I mean, with all the quarterback issues we've had in the past, we got to really be careful with how we go. Personally, I believe in this backup quarterback, Kyle Trask. Mm-hmm. I think he's a really good option, and I think he should compete for that starting job. But you need to bring somebody in who's going to be someone who can compete with him, or just trade for a big star QB again and figure something out. But at that point, you're losing valuable assets. So if you're going to make a trade for someone, my personal preference, don't get Aaron Rodgers because it's going to be a lot of money on your plate. You can't afford that. I would say make a run for Russell Wilson, maybe. That would be like the big name trade. I would go for Russell Wilson. But outside of that, if you're talking realistically, because that's not realistic, I would say, why not make a trade for somebody like Jimmy Garoppolo to compete? Because because as much as people give him a lot of hate for not being able to get San Francisco a Super Bowl, the fact of the matter is they've consistently made the playoffs, and when he's healthy, they win games. And that's always been that way. The hardest part's closing the deal. But if you have the things that Tampa has that San Francisco didn't, maybe that could change it all around. I see them as similar systems. Maybe a coaching difference will be the big game changer for him.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
On top of that, I feel there's one other quarterback, which everybody's mentioned, and I actually believe, why not go after Gardner Minshew?
That's a good point.
I think he's got a lot of talent, and his decision-making is next level.
He definitely does have a lot of talent, and I think Giants fans wanted him to be like a backup, but it depends where the Bucs want to really be because they have a ton of free agents. I saw Alex gave me a document of all the free agents: Ryan Jensen, Jason Pierre-Paul, Chris Godwin. They only have $7 million in cap space, right? So it's all about what the Bucs really want to do. Do they really want to like start over, or do they want to be? Do they want to continue with the continuity of winning? And if you want to keep the continuity of winning, I'm saying you're going out there and trading for a veteran quarterback.
Yeah, and I think that's a big question moving forward. Is that something they want to do? Are they willing to take that risk and jump forward and try to just keep in that win now mode? Honestly, you have all the talent now because otherwise with this free agency, they're going to get torn down. There's a lot of big names on free agency, like Carlton Davis is on free agency, Ryan Jensen, Alex Kappa, Fournette, and Ronald Jones, including Chris Godwin too, which I think they'll fight their tails off to bring him back. But there is so many free agents, so many things and what ifs with the Buccaneers. There's no way to know what direction they're going to go. Personally, right. I would go for a mode where I would let some guys go and try to bring in more young guys, especially
That's
on
fair.
defense, and maybe a couple veteran pieces here and there. Because I think the offense is fine. Just bring back Godwin, bring back one of the running backs, maybe Fournette, and draft a running back to go with him to replace Jones. And I think we're good.
Yeah, definitely. Who's your franchise tag candidate? If you have enough cap space, are you doing Carlton Davis or are you doing Chris Godwin?
Got to be Davis, because Godwin will not take another franchise tag. If he was open to it, I would absolutely go ahead and give it to him because it saves us more money. But if you want the realistic aspect here, it's got to be Carlton Davis, because they're going to have to give Godwin probably 18, 19 million a year, despite the fact that he's coming off a major injury to his ACL.
Definitely. I mean, sometimes that might shrink his market, like some people would think that, but I think Godwin's going back to the Bucs. I think that's kind of set in stone. So, and also the Bucs are good at drafting players, so there's no worry about that. So it's going to be a very interesting offseason for the Tampa Bay Bucs. As we have Alex joining in, as he has his mic muted, no less.
Of course I did that.
Yeah, of course, Alex.
I want to say shouts to Brian for coming on. Obviously, I work with him on SFC Terrier TV, so go subscribe to that. That's our college TV channel, network, whatever the hell you want to call it. In terms of this, I can't directly advertise it on the show because it's a part of another company. But with that being said, if you guys want to know about this, our podcast, me and Lucas podcast, Twin Bill on NYY News TV, which premiered at 7:00, by the way, is brought to you by Manscaped. If you want to know everything about it, go to my Twitter. I recently just tweeted out the mini reading, what the code is, 20% off. So if you guys are interested in those types of products, go ahead and just look at my Twitter and then Manscaped, obviously. And if you want to go back and obviously go through the funny readings, you can probably scroll back to the Twin Bill podcast from NYY News TV. I know the other day it was kind of a fun day too. It was after we recorded the I think it was the sports show, and we were basically doing this whole web type thing of where the quarterbacks would go. It was really interesting. I said to Brian afterward, we should have taken a picture of it because it was really worthy.
Yeah.
With that being said, I do want to get to the Bucs at some point. Because I know you're a big Bucs fan. Now, let me ask you this before we go into another topic that's been surrounding the whole sports world. Really, are you a Bucs fan in basketball?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
see,
and it's going to be a weird one because this is where the bandwagon conversation comes in. When I have to clarify, I was a fan of them back in 2011, 2012 when I was, trying to get into basketball. I didn't want to be the stereotypical kid that's like, oh, I'm going to be a Knicks fan. I'll be a Nets fan. I didn't want to do that, or even stick to my hometown, Florida. My hometown, Florida, I could have picked the Miami Heat or Orlando Magic, but I decided to go with something different just to be different. And I went with Milwaukee at the time, who, again, we're dealing with Brandon Jennings. We've got Larry Sanders. We got Zaza Pachulia. We got everybody. So, during that time, we weren't great, but yeah.
Shouts to Miz in the chat, the guy who I agree with all the time in terms of stacking the offensive line for the Giants. So I haven't seen you since yesterday, and a lot of things have happened. I want to get your first thoughts about this Brian Flores lawsuit without going too much into it, because I know this is a very dicey subject. I've had my opinion on it. You could consider it biased, but I kind of want to get your thoughts because I know, even though it may not directly correlate, you do have some sources out there. With that being said, I kind of want to give you the floor in terms of that. Okay.
So this whole Flores situation, it's something this NFL hasn't seen in a while, and it brings a lot of things to question, including the Rooney Rule.
Rooney Rule should be gone.
Absolutely. I'm going to 100% agree with that. But the question is just, the validity of it. How is it still going to be alive? Is it going to be viability? Are they going to expand it more? What's going to happen? And I think the Flores lawsuit is interesting in the aspect of how it's going after directly at teams, blatantly calling them out as racist. And that's where we're going to have to determine if that's true. There's a lot of elements to it. And trust me, I've seen the jokes. People are saying that Bill Belichick is getting his revenge on the Giants, finally. But in a more serious note, I 100%, I don't want to outright say I agree with anything, disagree with anything. But I will say a lot of Giant sources are saying that this stuff didn't happen. That they didn't predetermine that Daboll was the coach before Flores ever got there.
Yeah.
That's been said a lot by the sources that's not true.
No.
But at the same time, we have the text messages. So it's going to be a big legal battle there. In terms of Denver,
honestly, I don't mean to cut you off, and I think I'm getting this right that John Elway was hungover in the interview. Personally, if that is true, and if that is the thing that they're actually arguing on and suing over, realistically, and once again, I would blame the Broncos 100% saying that's true, and we have to wait for the facts to come out, obviously, and I'm very biased because, I'm a Giants fan, but I'll get in my point later. It's going to be very tough to prove that in the court of law, my personal opinion. Because it's just going to be a he said, she said situation. You don't have, 2009. And this was back in 2019. So it's not like it was just this year where they were doing the interviews, because John Elway was a big factor and a big part of that Broncos organization just 2 years ago. And it's weird because we discussed it yesterday. Broncos went on sale. Then just a few hours later, this lawsuit comes out.
That is interesting. But I'm also focusing on the fact that this was during the time when they were looking for the head coach about 2-3 years ago, before they hired Fangio, right? Yeah. That's the year they hired him. And just the detail of hearing the fact, like, imagine you're in his shoes though. You're coming into an interview because you want this job badly. You want to be hired by these Broncos, but they show up an hour late and they reek of alcohol, as it's being accused of. I mean, at that point, that just says you don't care as much about the candidate. You don't have respect for that. And for me, that's a sign of that's disrespectful. And in a way, for a lawsuit, I don't know if I would allege it as racism, because there's a lot more to that that's very hard to prove. Yeah. But I do want to say that no matter what, Denver should be ashamed of themselves for the way they treated that, because that's not cordial.
That's not professional. Not professional at all. What was I going to say? Yeah, basically, it's not professional at all. We'll get into the Dolphins in a minute. Luca, I kind of want to hear your take. Obviously, we just discussed the Broncos, and I'll go into my Giants in a minute because there's been, I would say, just as a prequel, mostly Giant fans do believe their own organization, but I'm going to leave that in, for after you're done.
Obviously, you guys mentioned the whole Broncos thing. I agree with you guys 100%. Unprofessional, very unprofessional, and it's very sketchy that they sell the team and then this comes out. So they probably knew they did something wrong. Like, oh shit, this was leaked out. But in the terms of the Giants situation, I really, again, we could all sit here and pound on the Giants for their season, ownership, whatever. I don't think they really did anything wrong, to be honest. It's not like Daboll was set in stone come that time. Come when Flores, got the text from Belichick. I don't think they got anything wrong. And I don't claim them as racist because they're doing their best to look at all the candidates. Alex, you said Ryan Poles was a finalist for the GM job. Patrick Graham and Leslie Frazier were interviewed for the head coaching job. They're both black. So it's not like the Giants are hesitant to go after minority candidates.
Yeah, I kind of want to, and then I think we got Brian's thoughts, but if he wants to obviously go in after mine. In terms of the Giants situation, I just feel like there's barely a case. That's my personal opinion. Belichick obviously sending those texts, very grandpa style. Obviously, grandpas are forgetful. He's almost 70 years old to make light of the situation. But, with that being said, I just find it just really inaccurate that, I think Brian Flores went on CBS this morning and he said, well, it's a sham interview. I don't think it was, because if what the Giants fans, specifically including myself, were looking for, and let me be honest, go out there and say it, I wanted Shane and Daboll, and we got those two guys, but it had nothing to do with race, obviously. I wanted them because Joe Shane, he probably was the most experienced general manager candidate based off of research and resume. And then you have Brian Daboll, which obviously not just because of the shit that happened in Miami, but also because of, well, Brian Daboll developed Josh Allen. And if you get an experienced defensive coordinator, keep Patrick Graham, that team could be good. And our offense is the problem. It's not the defense. But going back to my point, it seems like there's not really a case for the Giants. And obviously, as I said, most of the Giants fans do agree with me. But John Mara, and as I said, the Giants fans really wanted Mara to keep his fucking grubby hands off this whole process of hiring a coach and a GM. I wanted that to happen. And it did happen, essentially. Maybe in a couple of years we'll find out that, Joe Schoen had Mara breathing on him. But with all of that out of the way, Mara's guy, he actually called Flores and said, hey, you're a serious candidate and you're a finalist for the job. Tim McDonald, who's Mara's nephew, wanted Flores to get the job and said, knock it the fuck out of the park. We want you to win this fucking job, over text message or something like that. And personally, this has nothing to do with the Flores situation. All those lifers need to be out of the building because just hopefully after the draft, Shane needs to get rid of all of them because they've been part of the garbage that's been the New York Giants the last couple of years. But just overall, listen, I'll call Mara a scumbag. Obviously, he hasn't done right by this organization the last couple of years. I will admit that. I will call the facts when they're facts. But I'm just not coming on the board of, well, the Giants are a racist organization. They screwed Brian Flores out of a job. Me personally, in this situation, and not talking about the Broncos, not talking about the Dolphins, because of those are two separate situations in its own toxicity. But I just think Brian Flores wanted this job badly, didn't get it, and then, he goes on to complain like this. So once again, I don't think it was intent. Sure, maybe Shane wanted his guy in Brian Daboll, but like the Giants wanted Shane, there were reports coming out from the beat media that said, within the last few days of the GM interviews, Joe Schoen obviously was the number one guy to a point. But you also take a look, and this was obviously once again coming from the beat media, Adam Peters and Ryan Poles were finalists, and they were giving Shane a run for his money. So you want to think the same thing about Brian Flores to Brian Daboll. Sure, maybe Daboll was the guy, and maybe Frazier was in it more than we really suspected because he got a second interview in person the day they hired Daboll. Patrick Graham, he didn't need to be interviewed as a head coaching candidate. He could have hired for the Vikings, which he's not getting, by the way, of recent reports. It looks to be Kevin O'Connell after the Super Bowl, most likely, at least according to Pelissero and Schefter. But you didn't need to interview Patrick Graham. You didn't have to interview him. They interviewed him because they thought he was a good candidate for the job. They interviewed Anarumo. To be honest with you, I don't know why they did that. It's 1 year with the Bengals defense, but that's just my opinion. Obviously, I did coaching profiles on them. So they didn't have to look at Leslie Frazier. They didn't have to look at Patrick Graham, but they did because they thought they were good head coaching candidates. And to kind of put aside on that, a lot of retread coaches, a lot of second-time coaches end up winning Super Bowls. So, with my wanting for Brian Daboll these past couple of days and, the New York Giants getting him, I was sort of open to the idea of, okay, maybe Flores can fix a couple of things. Maybe Leslie Frazier can fix a couple of things because those guys, like Bruce Arians, he was a second-time head coach, obviously with Brady, won the Super Bowl. Andy Reid, retread head coach. Belichick, retread head coach. There's tons and tons of names you could throw out there that second time, third time head coaches, they win the Super Bowl. So it's based off talent. It's based off of the makeup of the organization. And just once again, I will call the Giants what I feel the Giants are. Maybe the facts aren't out there yet. I just don't think there's much of a case for the New York Giants in this situation to be called allegedly racist and allegedly, all the other things that Brian Flores has accused them of. So that's my opinion. Brian, your thoughts?
There's a lot to unpack there. And I think for the Giants, it's so hard. Like you've been saying, I'm just going to shorten it up and simplify it. It's very hard to prove a lot of these things that he's claiming, but there are text messages, and those text messages, we need to see if those hold any kind of, if they hold up in court, because that's a big deal. Because right now we have the NFL also out saying that they're going to defend him, that they're going to defend these claims, and they're going to say that these claims are false. So they're going to deny them and stand with the teams. So we're going to see what happens there. But what I'm more interested in, honestly, I'm going to be very frank with you. It's not exactly the Giants situation. That Miami situation is going to be the biggest talked about story, because You're telling me that there's a lot of illegal activity that happened in Miami with Stephen Ross. That is going to be all we're going to talk about. Honestly, I think the Giants are more in the shadow than the Dolphins are. The Dolphins are the spotlight because there's claims that, when they were losing, he was getting offered $100,000 for every single game he lost. And he basically said, fine, we're not going to lose again. And we're going to keep winning. So he turned him down. He kept going and he kept winning games. And all of a sudden he gets fired because they couldn't get a better draft pick. So being successful costs you your job.
So hold on. Real quickly. I didn't hear that before. So you're saying he got fired recently because they couldn't get a good draft pick and it was not due to the other stuff, or is it that combined?
Let me put it to you like this. What is the number one thing they have said about the reason Brian Flores and Miami split apart was because he was not agreeing, or like he was considered becoming problematic, didn't see the same vision that the Miami Dolphins organization did.
Mm-hmm.
That was the statement. What that translated to is he didn't want to do what they wanted him to do.
Yeah.
Which is simply put, what he's accusing them of is illegal activity. Tanking is forbidden. You cannot tank in the NFL.
Yeah,
you cannot
on this
legally
show,
tank. If you tank, you lose draft picks.
Yeah. On this show, Luka has really no right to speak because he wanted to tank for Trevor Lawrence last year, but all in good
Zach
fun.
Wilson.
And you couldn't even do that.
Yeah, couldn't even tank correctly, but all in good fun.
Alex, I got a little thing on your Flores thing real quick. So Brian Flores' lawyer, I think, was on WFAN. He confirmed that the Giants owner, John Mara, reached out to Flores 30 minutes after Judge was fired to tell him he's Mara's number one candidate.
I don't see. Here's the thing. Listen, maybe in some retrospect he shouldn't have gone out and said that automatically, but does that not? I'm sorry. Doesn't that go against the claim that Daboll was always the guy?
That's
once
true.
again. And let me say this. Let me say two more things. I think Brian was going to finish up on a point or something like that. Art Stapleton just tweeted this, and this is a very good possibility. Patrick Graham is staying because Kevin O'Connell is likely the head coach in Minnesota, which honestly is something I may disagree with, knowing their defense has been shit the last few years, and they've had an old fuck as the head coach. So there's that. But they're keeping their special teams coach in Thomas McGahee, which I agree with. And then one of their finalists, who I like as the offensive coordinator, possibly, Pep Hamilton, he's a minority. And let me say this also as well. Jerry Reese, GM for 10 plus years. Sure, he didn't do good at the end of his tenure. And then you have the first black player in the NFL. And I'm not trying to say this, this is accolades. I'm just proving a point against, the Giants are racist. Because if anyone, and I didn't pay attention to it, I did it. I just wrote a tweet. That's pretty much it. Every major show this morning was slamming the Giants. Personally, me. Once again, I don't watch that garbage. I do more local content creating. I watch Miz's channel, for example. I'll watch Joel's channel. I do a lot of that stuff. But the one thing I kept hearing on Twitter is the Giants are being slammed. The Giants are being slammed. The Giants are being slammed. I'm like, also, we had the first black player in the NFL. He's in the Hall of Fame. Emlyn Tunnell, defensive back. I think was the Giants' interceptions leader or something like that. Holds some awards there. But once again, I'm not trying to make this as accolades or as just trophies, but I'm just proving the point. And I said this morning on my Twitter account, listen, go subscribe to these channels. You just better, maybe you won't agree with everything these small content creators say, but listen, they're more worth of a watch and they are more close to the team than some of these guys, on First Take and Colin Cowherd. And Stephen A said the Giants are the only team not to hire a black head coach. I don't think that's true. I think there's a lot of other teams out there that have not hired a black head coach. And if you really make the point, I'm not making total excuses. When was the window for hiring a black head coach? The only window you could say is 2020, possibly hiring Eric Bieniemy. But let me ask this as well. And this is, once again, I'm not trying to create theories and all this shit. Eric Bieniemy is a very attractive candidate for head coaching jobs just generally. You think off the top of your mind, the Chiefs offense, very successful the last couple of years. I personally and realistically want to know why he hasn't gotten a head coaching job. Not in terms of race or anything like that. I just want to know, because is it something he's saying? Is it his DUI background and trouble with the law? That's me personally. And also somebody said this, and I very much agree with it. People confuse the Giants' grandpa ways of doing things way too much with race. And I agree with that, because the Giants are doing things old style like the 1980s. And or I should say, where maybe that changes right now. But that's a statement I agree with. Brian, if you have any thoughts to lay on that.
I think at the end of the day, this is just going to be more focused on the Dolphins than anything else. Compared to what the Giants have gone through and what they're being accused of, it's going to be more focused on the Dolphins. I think it's going to be very hard to prove anything that's come out against the Giants. So we will see what that will monitor that. Broncos are the same way. But with the Dolphins, it's just, I'm going to look more at that still, because there's so much to unpack there. We're talking about tanking accusations. We're talking about accusations of tampering when they supposedly had a big-name quarterback on a yacht. And Flores was invited to the yacht to meet this person, and it's rumored to be Tom Brady. I don't know if that's true. I can't give any validity to that, but the rumor is that was Tom Brady. And he came on the boat, saw what was going on, walked off the boat. And ever since, they've had a frayed relationship. And when he kept winning, it got more and more frayed, because they didn't want it felt like they didn't want him to win. And because of that, he lost his job. Because they were focused on a rebuild.
It's just very unbelievable. And you could make some cases even in the smallest scenario. If he had a huge under 500 record, tanking one season is not going to hurt. His record is 24-25, I believe, as a head coach in the National Football League. 24-25.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Only this much away from 500. And 2 straight seasons. And once again, I didn't want Brian Flores personally, for the reasons that he had 4 offensive coordinators in 3 years in Miami, because the offense wasn't good, and that's not something that really should, you could bring it to New York and Daniel Jones or whatever quarterback's under the lights and all that crap. Plus, I mean, he probably would have tried to push for Deshaun Watson. Rumors probably are, and John Mara wouldn't have liked that, but obviously that's not here nor there. But it's just the margin is this much to a 500 record, and it's just very unbelievable. I mean, I got a question to ask, and I'll ask it. Obviously, I'm going to finish my point, and I'll let you guys answer. Do you think Stephen Ross will be forced to sell because of all of this stuff? And it was just so evident in 2019. Even the casuals, even, the people that didn't really watch football, or whatever the case may be, right? Oh, my God, the Dolphins, they're just so bad. What was it, 102 points, 112 points they gave up within the first 2 games, 2 automatic blowouts. But you noticed that team got better at the end of the season. Then they picked Tua, and they picked this guy, and they picked that guy. And also, you take a look, if Chris Greer is a part of this, if Chris Greer is just a part of this, you take a look at that, and he ain't got the best resume either, because you take a look at his draft classes, and I was going over this with the Dolphins fan, even before any of this shit came out. He said Chris Greer should be fired because his draft classes prior to 2021 were shit. The offensive line's been a sham. This past year was probably the most impactful because you got Jalen Waddle, Javon Holland, a couple other guys they drafted. Jalen Phillips, yes, he was very impactful guy. I personally wanted as an option, but with that being said, it was just so evident within the first part of the year. Yeah, they're not winning this year, and that's not really a message you want to send. And also to the players as well. To the players, everybody wanted out of there. Everybody wanted out, and at the time it was because of Brian Flores and just overall what the Dolphins want to do. And then now we know that Brian Flores was not a part of that. I mean, it's ridiculous. It just totally has screwed his image, and now he's trying to fight back. And there are also other rumors out there now that Hugh Jackson was paid to lose games. I want to know more facts on that personally because, well, yeah, it's obviously, 4 years to the day.
I can't give you any comment on that, on how true that is, because this is basically hearsay from him. But let me say one thing. If that's true, and he basically said he accepted it, by the way. If you read carefully that
Brian
tweet,
Flores walked away from it,
he basically
right?
said he accepted it. To my knowledge, Flores did not accept it. And for Jackson, he hinted that he did, which basically tells me he made more money than most average bench NFL players because he kept losing.
Yeah, I mean, listen, obviously the organization, I think the owner there is Jimmy Haslam, whatever the fuck his name is,
Yeah.
$1 billion guys. And listen, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, well, this, and this. But I think essentially in that situation, both are in the wrong. Now, both are in the wrong in terms of the Miami situation, but for different reasons. With the offense, obviously that's where I have the issue with Flores. But other than that, I don't have an issue with him because now it's coming out the front office, wanted to tank and all that stuff. But he knowingly knew what was right other than the offense and walked off that boat, like you said. He also, just didn't want to tank. And then he lost the players, then regained some of the younger guys' trust towards the end of the season because that's when the Dolphins really started making a turn of things. And then they went 10-6 and obviously all the other stuff. But then, Hugh Jackson comes out once again. He really doesn't have any evidence as of right now to prove it. But then he hinted at, he accepted it, which, obviously it was bad that they offered it. But with that being said, I mean,
what does it say about you for accepting it?
Yeah, you accepted it. And, some of the guys on your team overall, I don't know how much they were getting paid. And once again, more than most benched NFL players and guys that get opportunities getting paid how much money to tank. And you accept it. That's the problem I have. So I want to get to a comment real quick before we keep going. The Bills interviewed 2 black wide receiver coaches for their offensive coordinator position before promoting their guy in Ken Dorsey. I think it was the Raiders wide receiver coach. I think the Ravens too, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. But yes, he is pulling a move worse than as owner. He owned a stake in a sports betting company and was paying to tank as opposed to betting them on themselves to win. He is worse than Pete Rose. Yeah. I mean, personally, I haven't been in football, in the football knowledge long enough to kind of say, well, this guy should be in the Hall of Fame because I know more about baseball, obviously. It's a big integrity issue with baseball, obviously, with the cheating. Mike Piazza's in. He was accused of steroids.
But it's an accurate comparison.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, it's an accurate comparison, but also just keeping an open mind. Pete Rose, in my opinion, might as well go into the Hall of Fame for the MLB because, well, you got steroid users in there, you got racists, you got Rob Manfred's eventually going to be a Hall of Famer. Barry Bonds didn't make it. There's a lot of shit to pile on there. Baseball is just a fucking mess. But yeah, he is worse than Pete Rose because Pete Rose was betting on his team to win as a manager. You're an owner. You make more on $1 billion franchise, and you're screwing the lives and the integrity of players, coaches, and your head coach and your GM. And it just, until he makes a statement, which he probably won't, he'll probably defend his franchise that he works for in terms of Chris Greer. I mean, I would like to think, as of right now, speculation-wise, until he comes out and says something or resigns from the position, I would like to think, my personal opinion, that Chris Greer is a part of this whole thing.
You know what I'd like to ask? Is Brian Flores going to pull his bank statements up from like 2019?
That's only if we know that he accepted it. If he basically have to come out and say, I took the money. Which if he says I took the money, then he has to show that bank statement and say, okay, this is the extra money I'm receiving because of I was losing games for the team. But at the same time, I'm going to go back to Alex's question here when he was asking, do we think Stephen Ross is going to lose his ownership from this? And I'm going to be honest, if they could prove every single thing, there are grounds to remove him for sure.
Yeah.
So we would have to see if everything is true. Did he arrange tampering before free agency even opened, before a quarterback was a free agent, was still contracted with another team? Is it true that he was bribing Flores $100,000 for every game he lost? Is it true about, everything else that we probably still haven't heard yet that he's going to unload even more on? I mean, this is a big, big case. that we have not seen before, probably about the last 50 years I read somewhere. So this is going to be a game changer for coaching, for ownership, and for how we operate moving forward in ethics in the NFL.
I'm just basing it off my casual knowledge because Luka knows more than I do in terms of basketball. Would you say wasn't Donald Sterling, if I'm not mistaken, forced to sell his team?
Yes,
not because
he
of a
was.
similar issue, but just like
forced
an
to
issue?
sell because of he made some very racist comments.
Okay, yeah, that's where obviously once
So
again
they
a little
can-
bit of a different
he-
situation. But
I gotta agree with Brian. I think he would be forced to sell the team in that situation. You cannot have that come out if you're Stephen Ross.
so I do want to address two comments real quickly. As my sports host on WGR 550 said, I wouldn't be surprised if the NFL develops a lottery system for the draft, kind of like the NHL and also the NBA. Personally, I as a fan, just overall, I kind of wouldn't want that. And I said to a guy on Twitter who said the same thing. Maybe it's the same guy. I don't know. But as a guy, someone mentioned me and said, yeah, possibly draft lottery. I said, I hope the Giants are good by then because I really don't want to be a part of a draft lottery. I mean, we've seen how many times the Knicks getting screwed over in the draft lottery, especially within the last few years. Obviously, that's been fun. I remember Luka's reaction. I think it was 2019 or 2020, the draft lottery, and they got six?
No, six. Eighth was 2020. 2019 was third. 2019, everybody expected Zion to go to the Knicks. And obviously, that did not happen.
Come on, let's be realistic. We knew that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
Come on.
And then he also says he's also making this an unsafe situation for a quarterback. We'll have a weak O-line so our quarterback gets sacked and potentially injured. Yes. Yeah. I mean, especially year one. And obviously, once again, the talent over there in terms of the offensive line has been straight dog shit. I will be the first. And obviously, I speak, as a Giants fan, and the offensive line hasn't been good in terms of, the Giants. But especially at first year, there were, I don't think any rookies on that offensive line in 2019. They were all veterans that were just so washed. They're so terrible. And I think they gave the most sacks in the NFL that year. And they traded for Josh Rosen. I think a lot of people forget that they traded a second-round pick for Josh Rosen. And then Fitzpatrick came in the mail, obviously. But that, talk about integrity. But it's just such a sad state of affairs. And once again, like Brian's point, like my point, like everybody else's point, he needs to prove this in court. Hopefully that they get a bunch of evidence. How many times did the Oilers get the number one pick in the NHL in a few years span? Personally, I don't know much about hockey, so I can't really answer that. But I'm going to presume,
Let me ask you guys this. Even if Stephen Ross sells the team and this thing comes out, do you think they're going to try to forfeit draft picks?
They will be punished more than I think selling.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they're going to lose draft compensation. He may be forced to sell his stake in the team. There's a lot of things that could go very wrong if everything is proven. But I do want to touch on your thing about I want to touch on that comment about the quarterback.
Yeah.
Let's also not forget at one point we had a report come out saying that there was disagreement on what to do with Tua.
Right.
In there. We had heard stories that somebody didn't want to draft Tua, but ownership told him you're going to draft him.
Yeah, it was one thing about Justin and I remember I was first one of my first times doing like a mock draft, and the NFL always has that predict the pick a couple of days before the draft, and there was reportedly a smoke screen out that from Rappaport that said now the Miami Dolphins have interest in drafting Justin Herbert. And then I picked Justin Herbert for the Dolphins and Tua to the Chargers. And then someone said to me after, look, you can't really be falling on that because that's a smoke screen. That's what happens before the draft. But now we know possibly, in theory, Flores maybe wanted to draft Justin Herbert and, didn't really want Tua, but the organization wanted Tua overall. So, there's a lot of moving parts in terms of the integrity of the organization. And I just want to say one thing before we keep moving on with this. For the last 2 days, I don't know what the fuck their problem is, But I've got Bears fans coming after New York Giants fans, just the Giants overall. I mean, I don't know why. What was I going to say? Let me pull up one of the tweets. I'm trying to find it, and it's been two separate arguments on two separate days, and you got to love the lovable losers, and try to find it as quick as possible so we can get things rapidly going.
I will say though, I'm gonna touch off real quick while you're looking for that tweet.
Sure.
Because we're talking on the topic of coaches here. I'm just gonna bring this up real quick. If Minnesota ends up picking Kevin O'Connell to be the new Vikings head coach, because Jim Harbaugh has basically confirmed in private he's going to be going back to Michigan, and the plan is he's going to stay there as long as they want him there. So we don't expect him to come back to the NFL anytime soon unless they let him go. Now, here's the thing. That means we have 4 teams left who are still looking for head coaches moving forward. That would be Miami, Jacksonville, New Orleans, Houston.
Pretty interesting set of teams. Oilers 2010, 2012, and 2015. I don't know if we lost Brian because I think his camera froze. Okay, now he's back.
No, I'm back. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
It's all right. It's all right. And I personally thought before I obviously pulled up the tweet, I had one of them at least. What was I going to say? I thought Flores would have been a fit in 2 places. Now, obviously, given the racist stereotypes that Texans have been given, maybe not. I thought the Saints would have been, a good area because if he gets Watson in New Orleans, but the cap situation also is another hell that's bearing on them, he would be.
Plus
I
the
feel
quarterback
like
the Watson situation, the quarterback situation. I mean, they have so many players that they should re-sign, but they can't because of the cap. Like Marcus Williams is a guy they should re-sign. They obviously have to deal with Michael Thomas, bunch of things. So we'll see.
But with the right coach who can mess with that system, they may be able to clear all that cap and go with a lot of young guys, go stockpile in the draft, whatever they got to do. But at the end of the day, these 4 teams that I mentioned, the Dolphins, the Saints, the Texans, and who's the other team?
Jaguars.
I'm so sorry. It's slipping up. The Jaguars. These 4 teams, it's going to be fun to see who ends up where. Like, in my opinion, I really think Frazier's going to end up somewhere among these 4 teams. Leslie Frazier's going to go somewhere.
Houston has been popping in a couple of people's heads.
But Josh McCown is being looked at seriously. I'm not kidding. Josh McCown.
No, I 100% believe you. I've seen it all over social media amongst good sources that he's a finalist for the job. I'm like, really? You have
what did he do in the interview to honestly impress them? That's what I want to know. What did he do?
Was he?
Well, in Luca's case, he should have been considered a Pro Bowler in 2017.
Yeah, he was a Pro Bowl alternate. All right, wasn't he the quarterbacks coach?
He was.
Houston?
I think he
was a quarterbacks coach somewhere. I don't believe it was Houston. I don't remember where though, because I know the last time I had heard from him, he had just finished being the emergency QB for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Let me check, because in 2020 he was actually with the Texans on the practice squad. I think he just took a year off. I know he was living in Houston. He's originally from Jacksonville, Texas. So that's a weird thing of 2 different parts of the U.S. But I think he was living in he was living in Texas. He went to SMU. He also went to Sam Houston State. So there's obviously Texas background there. Obviously, so he spent half a year with the Texans. But let me ask this, and obviously we were talking about it when there was a possibility that Vic Fangio was going to be the coach of the Jaguars. Obviously, that was actually for defensive coordinator. What the hell's going on with Byron Leftwich? I mean, why? He
was such a highly considered candidate, and then
and now people are possibly
hire him. No,
yeah,
I might have an answer. I might have an answer for you. So originally it was supposed to be locked in, and everything I had heard from every single source that is on the money with everything said that he was going to be a Jacksonville Jaguar. And all of a sudden something got held up. Something got held up with the Jaguars, and it was the number one thing, which is if you want to take Byron Leftwich, you got to fire the GM and hire the GM I want. Which is, again, he wanted Adrian Wilson, the former safety for the Cardinals. And honestly, I don't mind it. but that's my personal opinion. But that's a dilemma for the Jaguars. Do they want a head coach with a new GM, which will basically give the Jaguars fans what they wanted? Or do they pass on Byron, who, again, has been leading a top offense, one of the top offenses in the league the last 2 years, and just basically keep Balky? But then from there, he's also got interviews with the Saints. I don't know if he did it yet. I'm not sure if he did. I don't know the status of that. But he had an interview in line with the Saints.
For Tampa Bay.
And if he comes back, we will see what happens.
Yeah. I know somebody floated it around, and I don't know that it's possible because, Shad Khan just likes Trent Baalke for some reason. But someone floated around the duo of Doug Pederson and Rick Spielman in Jacksonville.
The retreads.
So we're gonna give Doug Pederson relevance again as a head coach. I mean, look, I'm not against the guy. Again, he won a Super Bowl and he deserves all the credit in the world. But at the end of the day, the only reason he's probably getting more attention is because people are looking at Carson Wentz differently now. They thought new team, new opportunity, he's going to get better, which he showed flashes of. But he just never, ever did it because what happened in Jacksonville? What happened in Jacksonville? They choked the playoff away.
Right.
So
it
gave Pederson more credibility. And so now they'd be like, oh, so Pederson has basically, he has dealt with this for so long. So now they're treating it as he dealt with Carson Wentz. And that's what I see it as. They dealt with Carson Wentz, and now they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt because of all the issues they had with him.
Right. And as I mentioned, it would be a stab in the back in terms of the Saints because obviously, Buccaneers, this, that, and the other thing. I want to ask you this because a content creator friend of mine went to the Giants Tampa game. He also knows a lot of Bucs fans and lives in Florida. He lives about an hour from Orlando, if I'm not mistaken. With that being said, however, he said that a lot of Buccaneer fans that he knows think that Byron Leftwich is overrated. His play calling isn't that great, and the talent basically just, it cancels it out. So as a real Bucs fan, I kind of want to get your thoughts on that.
I have seen so many people come and go. So many. I have dealt with Greg Schiano. I have dealt with John Gruden. Again, Dirk freaking Cutter. And again, I forgot my favorite one, Lovie Smith. I dealt with all of these people, and then Bruce comes in, and Bruce is like a breath of fresh air, and he builds his coaching staff. It's a successful coaching staff. It's a good coaching staff. For example, Todd Bowles comes, and all of a sudden he's now at the top of everybody's charts again as a head coach candidate.
Right.
But for Byron, the issue I have with him is there's this common conception that Brady runs the offense. And at the end of the day, with a quarterback like that, why wouldn't he? Right. But at the same exact time, let's also look at, the play calls. I didn't like the play calling as much either. I'm going to agree with the Bucs fans. I didn't like the play calling. Why are you not running the ball? Why do you run the ball on third down and long? Why don't you air it out, which is what your offense is known for? Because you have the weapons. You have Mike Evans. You have O.J. Howard, who was severely underutilized. You have Cameron Brate. You have Chris Godwin before he got hurt. You have Scotty Miller still. You have the young guy, Tyler Johnson. You've got a lot of options here, and you choose to run the football when it's like a 3rd and 13, when you could just air it out and go get the first down. It was the settling and the conservative nature that Byron has in his play calling that didn't make sense and made it so it stalled the offense sometimes. And that's why we lost some games to teams that weren't as good as us. For example, the Washington game, big example. That play calling was atrocious for that game this year. And to this day, I will never, ever understand why those calls were made by Byron. And so it's little examples like that. You throw away the easy games against easier teams. But then when you're playing the harder teams, your play calling is all of a sudden on point. All of a sudden, you're being the risk taker because you see them as serious competition. But it feels like he treats the serious teams, serious competitors as legit, as we need to focus on these guys and play hard, and that's why they would win those games. When it comes to the easier teams who got 4 wins, like the Jets, no offense. But when you have those games you don't prepare right because you think it's a cakewalk, it's going to be a much closer game. And I think that's the issue with Byron. I don't know how that's going to pan out as a head coach, but that's my personal take. It doesn't make him bad, but it just makes him also, I guess, I don't know a word to put it. It's just, I guess, almost lazy.
Yeah.
Let me just interrupt you, Alex. I got one question for you, Brian. So my team needs a tight end. Obviously, we need to clear all 3 of our tight ends out. Do you think still in this league now that O.J. Howard can be a number 1 tight end?
Number 1, no. Do I think he can be a top 10? Yes. And the reason why is
like
because
number
his
1
vertical
tight end
ability,
on a team, like a starting number 1 tight end on a team.
Yes, he can. And I'm going to tell you why. If you go back and you look at his tape from Alabama, what made him so unique was his speed. He has his size. He's got the size of a tight end, but the way he runs like a wide receiver. He's got speed on his side. He's got toughness on his side. He's got a lot of key elements. The problem was we had Cameron Brate for so long, and Cameron Brate was very reliable for us, so we always used him. O.J. Howard was never fully healthy with us, and then this year he pretty much was.
That's the problem of his. He cannot stay healthy.
And here's the thing, though. He was fully healthy this year. The only reason he didn't play, Gronk and Brate. They dominated. And plus, listen, you had Mike Evans, you had Godwin, you had Brown. What was the point? Maybe use him in blocking sets. That's what they did. So that tells you he can block. So you would basically get a blocking tight end who has nice vertical ability that's untapped and unutilized, which means he's going to be eager to get that. And by the way, he is a free agent, if I'm correct.
Yes, he is.
So that means you have an opportunity to go ahead and grab him and open up that Jets offense if you grab him, for sure.
Yeah, I just want to
go ahead, Alex.
All right, real quickly, I want to get to a comment, then I'll let Luca go. I just realized this was a Bills fan, by the way, so shout out to Bills Mafia.
Listen, I'm a Jets fan, but respect.
Thank you for the offensive coordinator, the O-line coach, and the assistant quarterbacks coach. We'll be probably taking more. With all due respect, I wish we would have taken your quarterbacks coach, Ken Dorsey, but that didn't happen.
Also, thank you for taking down Daddy Bill in the wild card round. Not even taking him down, just blowing him out.
Yes, from with 3 teams that's supposed to play New York, but it's realistically 1 team. We can all agree on something, I guess. But if y'all had stolen Ken Dorsey, I wanted either Pep Hamilton, Doug Pederson, or Jim Caldwell to be the next offensive coordinator of the Buffalo Bills.
Pep Hamilton would have been really nice. That's actually a really good pick. I like that. For stealing him would be perfect, I think. Pederson, no. I would not touch Doug Pederson with a 10-foot pole, personally. I just didn't like the play calling in Philly.
Same.
But Jim Caldwell, absolutely. I still think he should be a head coach now. What Detroit did to him was so wrong, and I feel like right now you could put him right in the league again.
They screwed themselves.
But that's what the Detroit Lions.
They went and hired Matt Patricia.
They had 9 wins the final season of his tenure, and they go hire Matt Patricia. Now they're stuck with Dan Campbell. By the way, he's coaching one of the teams at the Senior Bowl.
I feel Caldwell's a middle of the road guy. Maybe he's like a culture changing, like a stabilizer guy. Like he's a guy for Jacksonville, I feel.
And I heard a story that Jacksonville was looking at him and they were considering him. I've also heard stories that I think we all saw the rumors that Jim Caldwell was supposedly turning down job offers.
I thought I heard that somewhere.
Interview offers, and he had to say, no, that's not the case. But either way, Caldwell's been out of the league for a few years, so it may be a little different now. But I still think after everything that happened in Detroit and his history that's there, I think he needs another shot, and he needs to go somewhere nice. And I think if he wants to go to a disciplined place, I think New Orleans would be nice for him because I'm sure he could figure out that cap situation like that. He would be nice. And otherwise, I think Jacksonville for, fixing the culture could be great.
Yeah, he just seems like the mature guy in the room, I feel. He's not anything special, but he's again, as I said, he's a stabilizer.
Yeah, personally, I would have thought that he was going to be, first of all, I mean, this came out, I don't know who said it, but then again, it was proven false because they hired somebody else. I thought he was going to be the Bears head coach. Ended up being Matt
I heard that too.
Yep.
So, and they just hired the defensive coordinator, and they also hired Luke Getsy as the offensive coordinator, so there's some things there.
Yeah, of course. And I think, the Bears did a good job as well, by the way. So I'm not shocked. I think the Bears are actually doing a good job right now. For the first time in my life, I'm saying that. And so, yeah, I think most teams. I've been trying to keep an eye on who's been making good hires and who hasn't. And I think the Bears really did good with that. And the Broncos for getting Nathaniel Hackett. Oh, that was great.
Oh yeah,
that was a great selection. Honestly, I know what he's going to do. He's going to scrap that QB room. He's going to scrap the quarterbacks and go get a new one. And honestly, there's a possibility we could get AR-12 over there along with Devontae. There's a real possibility there. You'd have to give up some stuff. I don't think they mind it, though. And basically, they'd open up that offense to match the defensive capabilities because that defense is ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Now, here's a question, but I'm going to hold that question for just a minute. It's actually two questions, different teams, though. So that tweet I pulled up, and, it just happens that I just lost it. That's me today. I did have one. I did have one from today, and then I'll have another one because, as I said, Bears fans for some reason are talking shit. So one Bears fan, one of them, I was trying to roast on and ratio on Twitter. Said the Giants will lose their first-round pick, which will be awarded back to the Bears after tampering and avoiding the Rooney Rule, which is complete bullshit because the Giants, they went about the Rooney Rule fine and then some for the rule that it is. Then this other Bears fan goes Giants fans mad in the quotes and mentions. So a buddy of mine, shout-outs to the Get Back with Ashton Griffith, I said, he goes, get a damn hobby. I say, what's with these Bears fans lately? The Giants live rent-free in their head over a draft pick. They said, and then Ash goes, they're bitter because they're about to fail with Justin Fields. And then Abby says, was the person that, by the way, was talking so much trash, y'all are mad over this tweet. I wouldn't be talking about talking shit about Fields when y'all have Daniel Jones as your quarterback. So I reply, yeah, Ash, we're apparently mad, LMAO. All I've seen on the Twitter sphere are Bears fans talking shit on Giants fans with only a select few replying. Both teams are bad, but New Yorkers rooting on their teams are not the lovable losers. And then there's also another one that I tweeted, got a couple of retweets, which was going back to the Bears, getting that first-round pick back because the Giants are going to lose their first-round pick to the Bears because of the Rooney Rule. First of all, I maybe not. I don't know in that situation, if it ever happened. But anyway, I said, tell me you're a casual without your saying you're a casual. So I put it in like
impressive.
that. I was exploring Twitter, and a lot of people had the same amount of skepticism. And if the Bills fans in the chat, I kind of want to get his or her thoughts as well. Thoughts on Joe Brady as a quarterback coach and not an offensive coordinator somewhere?
I think the Panthers. Let me just say for the record, I think the Panthers are going to shit. I do not think. I don't think. What's
I think
his
it's
name
all
is
Matt Rule's ego.
I mean, you're talking about Matt Rule's ego?
I think it's mostly him. I think he's mostly the problem.
I don't know if he's really the problem. He's brought in to rebuild this team. That's his
right.
goal. He's supposed to be his championship roster. He just finished his second year, and he's been probably dealing with, I need a quarterback. That's what he's doing now. I need a quarterback. I need vertical weapons. That's what he needs. The protection wasn't that bad this year. The problem is they were so hurt and banged up, they had to keep switching people around. They said, I can't remember the number I read of how many different starting five combinations they had on that offensive line, but they had a lot, and they held their own despite all those injuries. So honestly, I don't want to put any blame on Rule. I think they really need to build up their vertical threats. I think their defense is fine as long as it gets Stephon Gilmore back. And then on top of that, I'm also looking at you need a viable QB. And if you have a high enough pick, why not take a shot on that kid from Pitt?
Pickett. Yeah.
I think Pickett's an option there. Or how about this? I don't know if you guys have been keeping track of the Senior Bowl.
Yep,
we have.
Because the Senior Bowl is something serious to watch because all these big other QBs have been rumored to be late round picks and stuff. That's what we're keeping an eye on. This kid, Malik Willis, is blowing minds. He had a very, very good day today. Proved himself to be arguably the best QB on that field. He did today. His arm. They said, "I'm going to read you something very short from somebody Jordan Reed." He basically said that Malik Willis was impressive today, and he was able to clean up his accuracy. He looked much more confident and showed off extreme mobility. The ball was practically exploding off his hand, and he had some really nice tosses and probably has the strongest arm of any QB at that Senior Bowl. So if those are all holding true and that's able to translate to the NFL, I think the Panthers need to grab him. You grab him, you add some veteran receivers in the offseason and free agency, boom, you've just rebuilt your offense and you're ready to go.
Thing is with Malik Willis, shouts to King Tone in the chat, by the way. The thing with Malik Willis is obviously me and you were talking before the Senior Bowl about competition. That's one of my things with him. But also, if he does prove to be the best quarterback in this class, they have to trade up for him. They're going to have to trade up, to get him. And obviously, Jacksonville's number one. They're not picking a quarterback. Obviously, Evan Neal looks like they're going to be, they're going to be the number one pick. But obviously, things can change by then. God only knows with Jacksonville. I mean, if Balky's general manager, hell, fucking Ika Makwanu could be the first overall pick at NC State. But with that being said, they probably let's see who's the number 2 pick. That's Detroit, right?
Let me get the draft order real quick for you, Let me get that now.
I think it's Detroit, then it's Houston. Houston says they possibly want to trade.
The top 3 are Jacksonville, Detroit, and Houston.
Jacksonville, Detroit, and Houston. So Detroit might try to get a quarterback.
Houston, if they don't bring golf back.
Yeah, if they don't bring the golf cart back. Houston said they wanted to trade that 3. And it's going to be real interesting with the next head coach they hire because are they going to be – and he statistically had a nice season as a rookie. Is anyone going to really believe in Davis Mills?
Perhaps they can. I think he showed some flashes, honestly.
I think all you got to do is basically, if you want to really give him a shot, why don't you build up an offensive line around him? Because that was their biggest issue. That kid got killed this year. He's not as bad as Burrow, but he got killed.
Yeah.
And I really think they need to retool that offensive line for them, get something there. Make sure that Brandon Cooks isn't the only good player on that wide receiver core. And also that defense, it's completely in shambles. It's going to take a couple years to get that team back up and running.
Yeah, I mean, a theoretical team that I mentioned, this was when Patrick Graham was, in consideration, possibly leaving the Giants. Obviously, it's likely not to happen now. But I created a really good scenario for Houston. This probably wouldn't happen in real life, but it might. Who knows? Head coach Brian Flores. Offensive coordinator Pep Hamilton, defensive coordinator Patrick Graham, and head coach, special teams coach Joe Judge. Because 3 out of the 4 of those guys are New England guys. Nick Caserio's a New England guy, and if you match up the talent, I think that's a good team in the rebuilding. But as you said, the defense needs to get better. Their offensive line, I think, was ranked 32nd. And I'm not a PFF guy, but their offensive line just was downright bad. And we all know what happened. What was it? 20 years ago with David Carr, was it 76 sacks? That is the most suffered by any quarterback ever. But at least he won a Super Bowl with the New York Giants.
As a backup,
but he won.
A Super Bowl is a Super Bowl.
Jimmy G has won how many fucking rings?
That's true. That is true.
And how many is he going to win as a Tampa Bay Buccaneer soon? None, because we're not going anywhere.
Well, if you don't do the proper things around you,
listen, we've got a lot to figure out. A lot of question marks up in the air, but we're gonna eventually. I trust Bruce to sort it out, and at that point, Tampa will hopefully be back in the playoffs next year.
So, with that being said, obviously we'll continue our conversation, but I want to bring on somebody who's very unhappy that the Cincinnati Bengals are going to the Super Bowl. That is the Steelers fan, the third member of the program, Sean Kakara.
Forget the Bengals. Who day? We day. That's who. What's up, everybody?
What's going on, Sean?
Nothing.
So
No.
if you want to put your thoughts into the sports weekend, and I know obviously you were the one who sent the post to the group chat about the Brian Flores thing. So if you want to give your thoughts on everything, obviously once again,
Okay.
you find it I would say treacherous or whatever that the Bengals are now in the Super Bowl, and that me and Luca would not mind them winning because they threw garbage at an injured player, also known as Ben Roethlisberger.
2015 AFC wild card. I haven't forgotten. So it was a big sports weekend, and it is probably the biggest one I've had in a while, at least for me. We had the obviously we had the playoff games. I'm not surprised San Francisco blew their game. That was just another edition of Kyle Shanahan pulling another choke job. The Bengals, Kansas City. You know what that Kansas City game reminded me of, and it didn't hit me until now. 2018. Can you guess the game?
2018.
I'll give you a hint. The quarterback threw a touchdown to himself.
Mariota.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That was 2017, I think.
Was this? I thought it was 18.
2017.
It was the 2017
It was when Alex Smith
season.
was still the quarterback.
It was the 2017
And
season.
Sean McDonough had that
okay.
voice crack.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's going over a touchdown.
That was the exact same. They went full Andy Reid on Sunday. So thanks for
Andy
nothing,
Reid also
Kansas City.
Andy Reided.
Yes. So thanks for nothing, Kansas City. Rolex 24 was this past weekend for me. I lasted 21 hours watching the race. I was not able to go the full 24. I had to take a nap about 5 in the morning, but that was a great race. Regardless, it's race week this week. That's why I'm decked out in Chase Elliott gear. Wrestling. I know Alex and Luca actually watched it.
Did you watch? Are you a WWE guy, Brian?
I'm not big on it. I really haven't been watching it recently. I keep up with it here and there.
Yeah.
You know, and the only reason I keep up with it in the day is because Pat McAfee is the broadcaster for the SmackDown.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, so Royal Rumble, big weekend. A lot of great matches. A lot of people hated it, but
I was about to ask you.
WWE fans, they'll never be happy. No matter how hard you try, that you could do everything wrestling fans ask for, and they wouldn't be. Wrestling fans would not care. They make Philly fans look sane.
That's a
I don't know
very
about that.
bold
I don't know about
statement.
that.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
maybe
gonna
not in the
tell you-
rioting aspect, but in terms of complaining, just complaining, I think they make Philly. They're a comparison with Philly fans. Which Alex, I don't know if you know, Luca. This goes for you too.
Yeah.
We have some beef with Pennsylvania right now. Did you see why?
Yes.
Punxsutawney Phil did not see his shadow.
No, he did see his shadow. Because
But the one in
Staten
Staten Island didn't, right?
The one in Staten Island did. Or what is it? If you see it, then
if you see the shadow, 6 more weeks of winter.
Stupidest fucking holiday ever.
I know.
Hey,
Regardless,
but listen, Staten Island Chuck, he's never wrong.
that
He's
is
never
very
wrong.
true. Punxsutawney Phil's never been quite accurate, so we got some beef with PA right now.
Over a fucking groundhog.
Yes. I was reading the comments before I came on here, and a lot of people in the advanced comment sections like let them fight to death to see who's right.
We're not the Michael Vick of groundhogs here. but, you know.
So, hey, look at the bright side. It's Pro Bowl week. Yeah.
The one I'm not watching that bowl. I'm watching the Senior Bowl.
I was joking with Alex and Luca the other day because I'm a Steelers fan. I said at least we get to see our players from our teams, and I had to stop myself because I remembered no Jets, no Giants players playing this weekend.
Berrios absolutely deserves a Pro Bowl mention.
You can have all the jokes you want.
At least he's all pro.
You could have all the jokes you want, but at the end of the day, we're gonna all be laughing when Dwayne Haskins is your starting quarterback.
Oh, I know. I will be too. Trust me. I'm already expecting pain. I already have low expectations, so we'll see what happens.
Sean's had
Actually, if you want my
team.
honest prediction, I think it's going to be Mason Rudolph, and that's going to be even worse.
Oh
I don't
God,
know.
That's
I've
gonna
never
be
been
worse.
Big on Mason. Never been big on Mason. He's
Neither
got
have I.
talent. I'm not wrong with that, but I don't think he's anything more than a backup.
You know what it
That's
was? He was good until he got knocked out against Baltimore. He started out really well, and then when he took that hit from Earl Thomas, he was never the same. I don't know. After that, he fell off. It was never
I'll
the
give
same.
I'll give you a scenario. Maybe two things are either going to happen. Either, they make a run for Aaron Rodgers and get Devontae Adams too, so that this way you can let Juju Smith-Schuster go and you could continue on, get what you want while letting Aaron Rodgers get killed every week. Or you end up with, oh my God, what was the other quarterback? I just had it in my head.
Watson?
No.
Kenny Pickett?
Watson.
Oh.
Because I said that's another option there.
I would rather go down the route of drafting Kenny Pickett. My personal opinion, I think he shows more potential than Rudolph and Haskins put together. Yeah, well, my honest opinion. But with that scenario,
I don't think they'll get the chance.
No.
They would have to trade up.
Yeah.
Because Carolina will jump on him easy, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I know. The biggest issue I have with that scenario is two reasons. I've said it before. Aaron Rodgers, he's up there in age. And he's brought drama to the locker room. I mean, we saw that with Green Bay this entire year.
Many times in the past couple of years.
And with Deshaun Watson, A, he's not guaranteed to play. B, that also brings across drama with the whole legal stuff. So it almost feels like a lose-lose situation. If I really had to pick, though, I would probably take Rodgers first. Just because the main reason being is we don't know where this whole Deshaun Watson thing goes. And for all we know, he may never play a snap of football again. And Rodgers, you could say, would be kind of like that stop. Like that kind of, what was it, a bridge quarterback. I don't know who else will be coming down the line. I really don't know of any big names in college right now that looks like they could be great quarterbacks in the future. So I think I would take the Rodgers scenario.
Well, it also depends on what happens with these QBs at the Senior Bowl. Like I said,
true.
Malik Willis showed out today. It might be one of the best in this class.
Yes, I heard that too.
Yeah, I want to pull up two comments. I want to ask Sean on a different note about the Royal Rumble this past weekend. 3 out of 4 of those guys are also set to get the team. They're also they are on together draft picks as a result of the Rooney Rule if they get picked up by another team. I think he was talking about either the Bills situation, or the Giants situation. But either way, Big Ben first ballot Hall of Famer, just like Eli. Hopefully.
The only question I have is if Rodgers also decides to retire this year. Imagine that QB Hall of Fame class. Rodgers,
Big Ben won't be first ballot. Ben won't be first
won't.
ballot in that case.
No,
let me say this:
would be very
even with that, and we'll take a look at it later. The future Hall of Fame ballots, the MLB, are just straight up garbage. Like you have to settle for average just to a vote in it. It's just horrible. But I'll ask you this because obviously I was watching a live stream of the weekend with a couple of content creators, and obviously I purchased Peacock for like one weekend. I had to get the premium, of course, $4.99, but I canceled my subscription. I have that until February.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest keeping it. It ain't worth it. Literally, the only reasons I use it is wrestling, and this past weekend, all 24 hours of the race was on. So,
yeah. So obviously they were on the side of it wasn't that good. I know a lot of people said it wasn't that good. I know for the women's match,
the women's Royal Rumble was a lot better. I think the biggest disappointment really with the men's Royal Rumble is they've always Alex, the one famous thing that people love about the women's Royal Rumble and the men's Royal Rumble is you see a lot of Hall of Famers come back. We saw that with the women's match. We really didn't get that with the men's match, which actually to note, for those who don't know, Shane McMahon was actually fired after that Royal Rumble match.
Really?
Because he was also, not only was he in the match, but he was a producer of the match. And according to, who was it? It was like Ringsided or something. They say that when McMahon was setting up the storyline for this, they're saying that he was trying to revolve the match around himself. I don't know how true that is. WWE's been known for making up. Yeah, I shouldn't say making up stuff like that, but Something doesn't sound right. It's more of you need to hear both sides of the story before you can make any sort of judgment. But yeah, McMahon was fired from WWE completely after this weekend. So, like I said, though, to get back to the main thing, I just think, like I said, the biggest disappointment with the Royal Rumble, it was very predictable when Brock Lesnar lost. We all knew he was going to come out and win. Again, the lack of Hall of Famers that came out and legends that came out, I think that's another thing that I wouldn't say ruined it may have ruined it for most wrestling fans, but it just definitely, it didn't have that special feeling that a lot of them have had in the past years.
Yeah. About that, obviously you had the first match, which was Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns, and Roman Reigns was disqualified.
So that was a great match, storyline wise. For those who have been watching wrestling a long time, back when the days of the Shield, it was super reminiscent of their Shield days because Rollins made it personal and made it about the Shield, which I wasn't expecting, because when Dean Ambrose, now Jon Moxley, left WWE, I didn't think we'd ever hear about them again. I thought that was going to be a thing of the past WWE tried to forget. Didn't go down that route. He made it personal on SmackDown on Friday by by making references to the time when Seth Rollins put the steel chair to the back of Roman Reigns and ended the Shield. So what made that match so interesting was the mind games being played by Seth Rollins, because not only did he do the Shield entrance with the Shield theme music, I ain't gonna lie, I got very nostalgic watching that. You had that, but not only that, but if you watched closely in that final attack Roman had after he was disqualified, that was very similar to the night back in 2014 when the Shield broke up. If you put one on top of the other and you compared the two, they were very similar. So if you got wrestling fans here, just make it like just compare it, because I did that, and it was I noticed it from watching it live. I said, wow, that looks very similar, and it was. So it was very interesting, and I would say this is probably not the last time these two meet up before WrestleMania, which is not that far away.
Shout out to Tudo in the chat like usual. One of the complaints that obviously I gotten, not me, because I
that you noticed.
One of the complaints I noticed was that the Women's Royal Rumble came down to Ronda Rousey and what's his face, Ric Flair's daughter,
Charlotte Flair.
Yeah. So I mean, I personally, and
obviously those two have history because they had their match a few years ago in WrestleMania. I don't think it was the main event, but I know it was like near the end of the card. Yeah, they had a great match. So now it comes down to who will Ronda Rousey pick to face at WrestleMania? Does she take the rematch with Charlotte, or will she go for Becky Lynch? Both will be amazing matches.
Yeah, I remember Becky Lynch was the one that faced the larger one, to be polite.
Yeah, and her name is Doudrop.
Yeah,
it's a stupid name because she was supposed to be the sidekick for Eva Marie, but she got fired. So, nobody knew this lady's name, so Eva Marie just kind of made it up, and they've been going with this stupid storyline.
Yeah, I mean, I originally, when I was in commenting in the live stream, I originally thought that Doudrop, or whatever the hell her name is, was going to win.
That's her name.
Yeah, and then the guy Mac, who's been a big WWE fan for a while, said no. I think Becky Lynch is going to win, and Becky Lynch won. For storyline purposes,
Becky Lynch was not going to lose. I wouldn't say bottom tier because they have given her some very big matchups, but Becky Lynch is right now. The problem with WWE is, compared to a few years ago, you don't see title changes much, and if you do, it's going to be on a big pay-per-view. So the Royal Rumble being a big pay-per-view, yeah, it's possible, but it doesn't happen very often. Roman Reigns has had his title since 2020, summer 2020 or 2021, SummerSlam 2021. So he's had his title No, I was right, 2020, because he came back. He took a break. Yeah, so it is 2020. So he's had the title for almost two full years. So you do not see very many title changes. So I was actually surprised that we had one on Saturday.
Yeah. And just to cap it off, obviously, and you said that even though it seems to be very based in terms of, WWE connections, like I mentioned, Ric Flair's daughter and Ronda Rousey and all that stuff, you think that WWE fans, just in your opinion, are just a little, high maintenance in terms of that?
What do you mean by high maintenance? Like, they have high expectations?
You said they'll never be happy.
Yeah. So, you know what it is? You compare WWE to AEW. WWE is more gimmicky in terms of their characters, whereas AEW is just all about hardcore, I want to kick your ass. WWE is always just, it's really hard to explain. Basically, like I said, WWE, ever since the Attitude Era, people don't like the fact that WWE's gotten more, censored and, PG. They don't like, the PG era is something that WWE fans have never been happy about. So that's just part of the reason, they want the Attitude Era back. We all know it's never going to happen. Cancel culture would never allow it. Peacock actually censors a lot of the dirty stuff WWE did do in their shows back in the 90s. So I think it's very similar to racing fans. Like, they want things the way they used to be, and that's never going to happen. It's simple as that.
Yeah, so the Giants stole from the Buffalo Bills again. They are adding Laura Young as the team's director of coaching operations, and she is the first woman to be working on the coaching side for the New York Giants.
We got some beef between two New York teams.
Well,
I smell when they meet up in 2 years of rivalry that'll last for one game and then not happen again for 4 years.
Well, when Brian Daboll was hired, I was ready to jump through a table. So
got some shots fired.
I have a story on the table if anybody would like.
Sure.
There's a story that came on the table from the source. If you guys need the source, it is Albert Breer. It came out a couple days ago, but I have it now. Washington's preparing to make a big push to add a QB this offseason.
Who did they say they're going after?
The Commanders.
Correction. We need to talk about that.
I was just about to say, how are we feeling about this?
We have to talk about it.
Bro, my biggest question is, what are fans supposed to chant? They can't chant "Let's go Washington." They can't chant "Let's go." What are we gonna? I like what the one.
I'm gonna say it this because this doesn't affect the stream at all. Let's go commies. Like that.
I was just about to say that. Yes. Let's go commies. I love that.
But I think at the end of the day, there were a lot of name options they could have gone with. And to be honest, this has been my biggest arguing point, and I'm about to rant a little bit. I have so many problems with the Washington organization, and I mean a lot. And it like we begin with Dan Snyder, like that's like I don't even got to go into detail on that. We know about that. I'm saying it should have been the name. How can you not get the ownership rights to Red Wolves? That's like the number one fan request I heard was Red Wolves.
Yeah,
like, I don't get it. And then, but for me, the personal preference was Red Tails after the Tuskegee Airmen. And I saw the uniform concepts. I saw the logo concepts. It all looked amazing. But they didn't want to give them that. So they ended up choosing the Commanders, which makes no sense, in my opinion. I don't think the uniforms look great. I think they actually look almost like Atlanta's jerseys. I mean, this is just...
That makes sense.
It's not good.
Jolly Mon says the commies versus the Patriots. That's what, 2 years away. 2 years away from that.
Oh, that's perfect.
We're 2 years away from.
What do we call that? We got to name a bowl game. We got to name it
the
like
Cold War.
There we go.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. I love it.
Especially if it's in New England, then it's really the Cold War.
Is it in New England next time? Last year, I think they faced in Washington. So, yeah, I think it is in New England next time.
Remember, they do have a yearly matchup in the preseason.
Well, it's not always yearly, but you are right. They do play each other a lot in the preseason. So, yeah.
So Johnny Mon says, y'all saw our success and want it to be yours, but Daniel Jones will never be Josh Allen. I am fully aware that Daniel Jones will not be Josh Allen.
He can't stay on his feet.
Yeah.
Well, what?
I said he can't stay on his feet, if you get the reference.
Yeah.
And I hate to say that because I know what fans I'm dealing with here. But I'll be outright and say it. I was never a supporter of Daniel Jones. I thought he had potential. I really thought it's time to go. Yeah. I'm on that boat. I'm on that ship has sailed. Let's move forward. Let's go get a new QB. Let's go try to fix the Giants and start over.
I'm just saying this year because shout out to Alex Prime Sports as well. You can go subscribe to his channel. I'm just saying in terms of a bridge QB, you keep Daniel Jones. Obviously, get some backup behind him because, Mike Glennon obviously didn't work. We know that. Colt McCoy the year before wasn't great, was solid at best. So you have money in free agency, if you clear out some cap space, restructure, release a couple of guys, you get that money, sign a backup quarterback like Tyrod Taylor, Andy Dalton, Mitchell Trubisky is a very possible connection. So there's a couple of
famous Jameis.
There you go.
That's another option. But also coming off an ACL, but he's gonna, maybe start on the bench. At least most would think so.
Let me ask you this: do you have a preferred? If let's say hypothetically this Daniel Jones is done, do you have a preferred quarterback that you would like to see in New York, aside from Mike Glennon? Because I know how much y'all would love that.
Okay, you know what? So this talk about Mike Glennon has really put me on a pedestal to introduce this again. This was my impression of Mike Glennon after that one game against the Dolphins. So here it is.
Hi. Check 28, check 28. Hi.
It happened, and we all let it happen.
As a Bucks fan, I'm going to tell you straight up, I know that pain. Oh, I know that pain.
Neckhead.
Oh, that was always rough. And there was a point where I believed in him.
Let me ask you this, Brian, because I'm actually curious. I had this sort of perspective that I wanted to, I was always curious to see how Bucks fans felt about this. Tom Brady obviously retiring. Do you almost feel as if it's, I don't, this might sound very like high standard, but do you almost feel as if it was a disappointment that he was only able to get one ring in his time in Tampa Bay? Like, were you expecting more, or are you satisfied with that one Super Bowl?
I think if you ask anybody who has a star QB, especially Green Bay Packers fans, any time where you have somebody for that long, even if it's for a short time, you always want as many Super Bowls as you can get. And I'm just happy, but what I'm happy about is the time that we had with him. We were able to finally get a Super Bowl, and we made it to playoffs back to back for the first time in a long time. Mm-hmm. And, as a Bucs fan, I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to have Brady be able to be that anchoring piece that finally pushed the team forward. And I'm always grateful for that because I know what we came from. We came from Josh McCown. We came from Mike Glennon. We came from Jameis Winston. No, I'm fine. Don't start with Fitzmagic. Fitzmagic was okay until he got pulled. Until he got pulled, he was fine.
Yeah.
But again, Jameis Winston, I'm going to give another name because Giants fans and Vikings fans know this guy. Josh Freeman.
I remember him. I remember him. I remember that 2012. I think they were like 6-6 and then completely collapsed.
Again, I'm not surprised by that. That's their story. But just the question becomes, I'm grateful for what we've experienced, what we've gotten out of this. And I just want to see what the next chapter holds. And hopefully management does the right thing and brings in a QB that'll hopefully keep the system together. That's all.
Right. All right. Fair enough.
So I'm going to read a couple of comments. Dan Snyder is too busy spending money suing season ticket holders to the point where he has no money left. Mitch
Fix your railing first.
Oh, my God.
Very true. I don't know. Did the NFL ever actually respond to Jalen Hurts after what happened?
Probably not.
I don't know.
I doubt it. But it's not even the railing so much as they got to fix that sewage problem. Like, imagine you go to that stadium. Next thing you know, you got toilet water dumping on you.
You get the OBJ treatment.
Oh, my God. Alex.
Allegedly. So we don't get sued. Allegedly.
Oh.
These opinions are not our own. Just understand this is all just part of it. None of this is serious. Trust us.
We just say allegedly, so we ain't getting sued. I'm not out here trying to get sued.
This is off the record, people. Off the record.
Oh my God.
I cannot believe you went there. Okay. So, but at the end of the day, don't worry. Washington has for sure fixed everything. All they got to do is just throw ramen on everything, sand it down. Everything is fixed.
Exactly.
That's what it is for them. But Washington has so many issues on its own. First of all, the fans already want their head because they don't like the name. We've already got now. They don't have a quarterback to really build around. I don't care what you say about Heineke. They're kind of almost wasting or the prime that they have with Antonio Gibson and Terry McLaurin. And now Chase Young, who even if he had a down year, he's still a solid piece off that edge.
Yeah.
That offensive front's gotten better. That defensive line is still a good level, strong. They have a lot of talent there. It's just getting wasted because of poor management. And I don't know if I want to put that on Ron. I don't know if I want to put that on the GM, which I'm probably going to. But at the end of the day, you just they got to figure out what they're doing if they want any chance to stay alive in this NFC East moving forward. Because the Giants are only going to get better with Daboll now. The Eagles are going to keep getting better as long as they keep Hurts protected and make him be smarter. And the Cowboys are going to continue probably being good, but never winning a playoff game.
We've opened the can of worms.
Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord.
We might need an actual plumber in here.
Oh, my Lord.
I can't.
There's someone to blame for all of this. It's
Alex.
the man right here. If anybody's getting sued, it can be him. I took no part in this.
Alex, I'm away from this. You didn't say a word. I just left.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was a moment in history. I wanted to show later on that way it's not dirty. It's actually very embarrassing. So Jolly Mon, huh?
Sorry, I was just about to say about that. You talk about that comment?
No, it's actually something different from what live stream last week. Luca will know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Jolly Mon says Aaron wants his name up in lights like the New York market can provide. I don't think he's coming to New York. Not happening. I possibly would want him, but I just don't think it's going to happen. So I'm not setting my sights on it. As a Bills fan, I feel your pain regarding all the washed up quarterbacks your franchise has gone through. Just the
Orton.
I forgot about him.
9,000 yards. Mike Francesa.
Never forget when Matt Barkley annihilated the Jets.
Oh my God! Please.
What's with terrible Bills quarterbacks just
annihilating the Jets?
Kyle Orton. Who do they have before Fitzpatrick?
Tyrod Taylor, EJ Manuel.
Oh my God!
EJ Manuel.
They also had Cardale Jones.
That's right. I remember the high prospect at Ohio State that did nothing. Right? Was it Ohio State? I think it was.
The famous.
Who was there before Fitzpatrick, though? I'm trying to think.
Was it Matt Castle?
Lynch?
I'm going to take a look.
No, I'll take a look. My division.
During that time, I'm going to add this in real quick. I also have another one now popping in. Anybody hear about what happened with Kenny Pickett today or no?
I know for the three quarterbacks, Luca, to answer your question real quickly, Trent Edwards, Gurman Hodman, and J.P. Losman. So pick.
I don't remember any of them.
Trent Edwards is probably my pick, more than likely.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't in football at the time. I know he struggled today, and I also know that one of his things about him just generally, he's double jointed his thumb.
That's not a major deal. It just maybe affects the trajectory a little bit if he flinches. But what I read was there was one team, the first team that reached out to him.
Bucks.
Nope.
No,
the first team that reached out to him. Yep. The first team to reach out to him and interview him at the Senior Bowl was the Cleveland Browns.
Really?
So that's going to be something to watch. If the Cleveland Browns are monitoring him, what's going on with Baker?
Well, I mean, I could give two shits about the OBJ situation. Oh, there's another one.
Alex, shut up. Please.
Oh,
That's
God.
2 lawsuits. 2.
Alex, they're going to cancel you off YouTube.
Anyway, about that OBJ situation, though, I could care less about it. I just hated Baker before because he's such a stuck-up fucking asshole. Yeah, he's a stuck-up fucking asshole. And, I just feel, with all the goddamn pieces around you, it's not all perfect. You have, a top 10 offensive line. You got a decent receiving core, but you can't fucking provide. They almost lost to the goddamn Lions, for God's sake.
I'll never forget last year, 2020, we didn't play any of our starters in the final game of the year before we got embarrassed, and they almost lost. They almost pissed away their opportunity to go to the playoffs because Baker Mayfield was terrible that game. And I'll be honest, Alex I agree with, and I don't really agree with him much, but you got top receivers around you. You got a great offensive line, and he couldn't do anything this year.
Nope.
So I think his time is coming to an end in Cleveland. I really do.
I think
Now, who knows? Maybe he's the next Giants QB.
Fuck off.
I think he's getting a prove it. I think this is a prove it year. If Baker can commit, I think that's why they said they're committing. Not like they're committing to him as a starter, but probably committing to him staying in Cleveland. And the reason why is because, this is a guy you spent as your first overall pick. We know the history of Cleveland and quarterbacks. They don't want to make this seem like it's an abandoned
That's
project
comparable to
again.
the Jets.
No, sorry, the Jets are worse. I'm sorry.
Oh, really?
It's worse.
Luca, how do you feel about that?
When it comes to starting quarterbacks, start from which, give me a year to start from, and then I'll try to name the starting quarterbacks for the Jets.
Oh, God.
How
We're going to
about
be here all day.
Let's go from when Vinny Testaverde got hurt and Tom Tupa had to be QB.
I'm going to try my best. So you had Vinny Testaverde, then you had Tom Tupa, then you had Chad Pennington. You also had Brooks Bollinger, Quincy Carter. I got to
look at Alex's face.
Who the fuck are they?
Carter used to play for the Cowboys.
That doesn't give me anything.
I got to do my own research with this.
Look, the Jets, and look, if you have to do your research as a Jets fan, that tells you how bad
it's like the mid 2000s. I'm a little fuzzy on. All right,
if I have to give credit somewhere, I'm gonna give credit to the Steelers for real, Sean, because your QBs, it's usually when you get a QB, you stick with them.
Yeah,
we usually do.
I think the only time where we had a rough patch when it came to QBs was from when Bradshaw retired until we had Ben, because Cordell Stewart. I mean, that's its own story, but don't forget Maddox too. Maddox too. I was just getting to him. Yeah, but you are right about that, though.
I got the quarterbacks.
Oh no, go ahead.
All right, so Vinny Testaverde. Let's start off as Brian said. Vinny Testaverde's injury tore his Achilles. Rick Meyer, Ray Lucas, Chad Pennington, Quincy Carter, Brooks Bollinger, Kellen Clemens, Brett Favre.
Brian Daboll was his quarterback's coach.
Yeah, I know. Mark Sanchez, Greg McElroy, Geno Smith.
I forgot about McElroy.
Michael Vick, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Bryce Petty, Josh McCown, Sam Darnold, Luke Falk, Trevor Siemian, Joe Flacco, Zach Wilson, and Mike White.
Don't forget Josh Johnson.
No, Johnson didn't start the game, Alex.
Well, he still played.
Yeah, but he's just naming starters. Listen, I'll never forget when the Jets pulled off in 2014. When they pulled off the upset against Pittsburgh. That was their first game. They started I almost said Mike White,
Vick.
Mike Vick, and Jets fans were like, could this be the start of something great with Mike Vick?
And the next game, it was 4 interceptions.
Yeah. Oh, the Steeler Classic playing down to the competition.
That's always a good tradition.
Oh, it's a yearly tradition.
You know who? And Brian will know who I'm talking about. You know who says the same thing about the Steelers? Chris Hughes.
A lot of people.
Yes, he says it a lot. He's a diehard Pittsburgh guy.
Yeah,
all the way around.
I still remember when the Bucks upset us at home in 2014? I think Freeman was the starter still, but
either Freeman was the starter or it was Josh McCown.
I think it was Freeman, but I'll double check.
Either way, I have seen the ups and downs of this team. I remember a point where I was cheering and I was just like, let's not lose by 30. I'm fine by losing by 28.
Yeah.
I hit that point at one point. So I've seen it all.
Doug Martin, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Oh my God.
Doug Martin. Muscle hamster. Let's go. All the way. Oh, I'll give you another one. Another Bucks running back that bounced around. Charles Sims.
Oh, it was Mike Glennon who started. That makes that even more embarrassing. We had a bad year, though, that year. We were not that good.
There's a couple running backs you could name for the Bucks. Jaquiz Rogers.
And he used to be Atlanta. I remember him. He was Atlanta.
Well, I'm just thinking of running backs overall.
There was Peyton
LeGarrette Blunt. I
remember.
Yeah,
I remember him. He was a Steeler for a little while.
Derek Ogunbowale, or whatever the hell his name is.
Dare Ogunbowale. He's I believe he's still with Jacksonville.
Yeah, because they like pieces of shit.
My God, Alex.
I know
Alex
I'm
is
missing
brutal
a few
tonight.
I said Jacksonville. What did Jacksonville do to you?
Exactly, Alex.
I mean,
they took a shit on the Giants last time they met.
First of all, we lost by what was it? 5?
Yeah, but remember Jalen Ramsey? He was
trash. He gave up
trash talks everybody.
Yards.
Listen, I'm never gonna let it die. Jalen Ramsey just basically was the one who had Tom Brady's last touchdown. Tom Brady's last touchdown was thrown on Jalen Ramsey, and he's got to live with that.
Every time I watch Jalen
Ramsey's never gonna let that down.
Every time I watch Jalen Ramsey, he's terrible. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
No, I think what is he's solid as a man, as a zone corner. He's very good at that. In man coverage, it depends on the receiver he's matched up against. The difference was when he's matched up with Evans. Evans has a huge size advantage. He's like 6'5".
Yeah,
he's got the muscle build. His hands, for the most part, are reliable. He's got a little bit of speed to his side.
Yeah.
So what it makes for is that his frame makes it hard for Ramsey to keep up. So that's why it's easy. So if you got big, speedy receivers, they're going to burn Ramsey. And that's just the way it is. In a man-to-man situation, he's not able to cover him. Like A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is big and fast. He's not going to have a hard time covering him. You know, it's just that simple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Ramsey looked like Janoris Jenkins, 2019. 3 fucking touchdowns.
Oh, man.
Yeah, every time I watch a Titans game this season, in the lineup, they would always put Jackrabbit Jenkins instead of Janoris Jenkins.
Oh, I saw it on every broadcast. It always said Jackrabbit.
I'm like, what the fuck did he do in the last 2 years to get his name changed to Jackrabbit?
Did he literally change his name to that legally? And that's why they did it? Like, that's the only thing I was trying to equate.
I think so.
I don't think they legally changed his name.
Yeah. So Jolly Mon says Dan Snyder shits on his fans literally. Dan Snyder shits on his fans figuratively.
English.
I can't
figuratively
speak.
And
figuratively and literally. The Bills lost to the Jaguars this season any given Sunday, and everything 12 hours later. I'll never forget Mark Butt Fumble Sanchez, and he said they beat the Bills.
Luca, you want to do this again?
The most overrated play of all time in the history of NFL.
But listen, it's not the worst though. It's not the worst though, because we'll never forget the Colts failed 4th down conversion trick play.
There's that, and there's Jim Marshall running the wrong way.
Jim Marshall.
I think that was probably
not the worst, but I still think Butt Fumble is the funniest.
The most overrated play of all time.
Over memed, he says too.
Yeah, I do think it's over.
But it's the definition of the franchise, though. That if there's a play that signifies the Jets franchise, it's butt fumble.
Unfortunately, that's the truth.
I will also add, don't forget, at one point, we almost had a Mark Sanchez, Jay Cutler Super Bowl.
That is true.
At one point.
That is very true.
About 11 years ago.
That was the year Pittsburgh and Green Bay went. If Chicago and the Jets won.
It was something like that. I thought it was the 44 when it was Colts, Jets, and it was Bears. And it was Bears Saints. I might be wrong. Wait, no, I am wrong. It's the year of the Packers. You're right.
Yeah.
Packers had the Bears, and it was the Steelers versus the Jets.
Yes.
And we were just like, are we really gonna get we ended up having 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
I never thought about that.
But I'm like, if they both would have lost, I don't know what to say. I honestly probably would have been mind blown.
You know what would have been interesting the year before? Mark Sanchez versus Brett Favre.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the Vikings.
Yeah.
It would have been Jets and Vikings, 2 franchises that. Well, I don't have to finish that sentence. We already know.
Two stupid mistakes. Jim Marshall and the butt fumble.
No, not even that. I'm saying Brett Favre against his former team.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he's much happier with the Vikings than he was with the Jets.
Yeah.
We could have been really good in 2008 if he didn't get injured. That's just a fact. Any Jet fan will tell you that. And any Jet fan will tell you if the Jets got the ball back against the Steelers, they would have won the game.
They did have momentum on their side.
I've heard that so many times.
They had momentum on their side. I mean, the Steelers, they got lackadaisical in that second half. So I've heard that a lot too, because that was actually one of my first Steeler games that I watched as a kid. And my grandfather, he was a Jet fan, so you can imagine the tension within the household at the time. But he ended up rooting for the Steelers the next game, so he always kind of stuck by AFC if his team didn't go to the Super Bowl, except for when the Patriots went. Then he rooted for the Giants.
Now you got to root for the NFC.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: who would you have rooted for? Because I know you dislike both teams for reasons, Sean. If it was 49ers, Cincinnati, who would you root for?
49ers. That's easy.
Right.
I will never root for Cincinnati. Ever.
Just like that one horrible year where we had to root for the Eagles against the Patriots.
Bro, I'm telling you, if it was Pats Bucks in the Super Bowl, I don't think I would have watched. I don't think I would have. And I don't have nothing against the Bucks. It's Brady. I can't stand Brady. That's just me.
Luka can't stand Brady because of all the shit he's gotten and all the beatings. So
I love how
I will never forget it. I'm not going to forget it. I'm sorry. I hate to cut you off, but don't forget, me and Luka saw that Jets-Bucks game.
That's true.
We saw that comeback. The Jets fans telling us, "Hey, you better get off your phone. You better watch. The Jets are going to win it."
2 Jets fans literally taunted this guy, and what do you know? The momentum shifts in the other direction.
How did you feel? Did you get to see? Now, Luka told me he didn't see it, but did you see Antonio Brown run off the field?
No.
You didn't notice it either?
This is what's funny about the whole thing. We didn't see it because it was in the other end zone. We were too focused on the drive with the Buccaneers coming our way.
Because it didn't happen mid-play.
Yeah, and what ends up happening is we didn't know what happened. I get updates on my phone telling me, "Yo, Antonio Brown just quit."
I was watching that live. I was amazed.
And then we look up on the Jumbotron, and you see they're showing it on the screens of him throwing his stuff and running out the stadium. The whole stadium is laughing and cheering around us. So the Jets fans are like, "Yeah, we made him quit. We made him quit." And what happened? We went on, and that failed 4th down. We got excited. He ended up turning around. Brady, I get to say for once in my life, I got to see Tom Brady run a game-winning drive in my life.
That is cool. Now, did you ever think that Antonio Brown's career would be over before Ben Roethlisberger's? I love bringing that up to people because I don't think Brown gets a job.
It's not over.
It's not over, but I say Brown's career is done. I don't think
he's going to hurt. Let me put it this way. He's going to hurt the Steelers because he's coming to Baltimore.
You think so?
I'm gonna tell you straight up why. I mean, I know Alex is probably gonna disagree with me, but here's the reason why. He's already made it outright. I'm coming to the Ravens. I want to be with Lamar. Lamar obviously is on board with it. The rest of the team looks like
he's got family on the team too.
He's got Marquise Brown supporting him to come to the team. Why wouldn't the Ravens do it? Why wouldn't John Harbaugh say, let's bring him in? Because now you've got Marquise Brown and Antonio Brown on that team with Mark Andrews. You're just giving Lamar more weapons.
It's believable. I will say that. It is definitely believable. It's just all the matter of the mind games. Is he going to be a cancer? That's, I think, the only reason for hesitation. But you do make a good argument. And I think if he does go to Baltimore, I think it'd be a great duo with him and nice job, Randall. Thank you. That'd be an amazing duo. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. But
that's why Alex Julius Randle was ejected.
Okay, hold on.
Luka, let me ask.
Randall does not give a fuck this year.
This is the second time that he doesn't give a fuck about what is going on in front of the camera.
I apologize for cutting you off.
Luka, I'm going to ask you a question, if you don't mind me changing subjects for like 2 seconds. There's a lot of people saying that they want Randall gone and should be traded. Are you one of those people?
Absolutely.
So am I.
Give Obi Toppin the minutes.
Yeah. I want to get to a couple of things, and we're going to go into our basketball segment and just go over whatever. Fun fact, I'm going to guess Brian probably saw this. Luca knows about it. Sean might know about it. But anyway, you can bid $1,562 on the glove that Antonio Brown threw in the crowd.
Oh, I saw that. God.
It's
funny because my uncle, if I haven't told you guys already, I don't know if Brian knows or not, my uncle was actually in that section where he threw the glove, or at least he was in the section where Brown was visible.
Right.
And then my uncle, apparently I talked to my uncle like a week or two after the whole situation. He's like, I was chanting, "You're a clown, Antonio. You're a clown, Antonio."
I would have loved to have been there. I'll tell you the truth. I would have loved to have seen that.
The Bucks fans were stunned, apparently.
I would have loved to have seen that in person.
I heard from people in the stadium, including Buck Nasty, the big Bucks fan with the rhino horn. Oh. I heard that Bucks fans saw him running off and throwing his shit, and it turned from shock to booing him. Like crazy is what I heard.
I would. Can you blame Bucks fans for being upset? He quit on the team. I mean,
Sean, but he's got mental wealth.
Yeah, you got good mental health. No, I got good mental wealth. It's just his high IQ, Alex.
I'm gonna not comment on anything that's going on with Antonio Brown because there's so many things he said that look very true. And I just don't want to comment because I don't want to put it as saying I'm calling Antonio Brown a liar.
Yeah.
Or I'm saying that the Buccaneers are purposely negligent of their players. I don't want to say either one.
Oh, and there is definitely truth that the Bucks, there was some things that they were at fault with. But it's still even up on my just from the outsider's perspective, he was cleared to play for the game. He showed no signs of being hurt. I think I'm trying to remember if he had a big impact on that game or not when he actually did play.
He had like 5 or 6 grabs, right?
Yeah,
something like that. I saw it live. I was watching it here, but I don't remember. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank right now. But he was, from the few big plays I do remember he had, he didn't look hurt. So
no.
That's just how I look at it.
I want to get to something real quick. Jolly Mon says, I just subscribed and hit all. I could definitely find myself hanging with you guys more in the future. Thanks for subscribing.
Appreciate it.
Comment and subscribe. Turn on post notifications so you know when a live stream pops your jobs. Appreciate y'all, obviously. I'm rooting for Cincinnati because their fans are close with us Bills Mafia. Probably because of 2017 when you guys got it because they beat
That had to be it. That had to be it.
That's definitely it.
Yeah. And then that Vontaze Burfict hit permanently damaged. And that's
common knowledge.
Common
knowledge. I will say this, though. I just got this now about 6 minutes ago. Josh McDaniels was doing an interview for the Raiders, and it looks like Derek Carr's not going anywhere. Derek Carr's staying in Las Vegas.
I don't like that hire. I don't.
He basically said it will be fun to build this thing with Derek Carr as our leader.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you. They should have kept Bisaccia or hired somebody else. I don't like the McDaniels hire.
I like Bisaccia. I agree. But I think because I don't think Josh McDaniels, his tenure as a head coach, it's just not really impressive. And the history with Bill Belichick's prodigies is they don't pan out well.
Tim Tebow. I think we all remember that. What was I going to say? Yeah, I mean, I just don't like the hire. Even the players were pissed off that they didn't keep Bisaccia. He's not for the Bears, I think. I think he's the special teams coach.
Yeah, he's going to be the special teams coach.
Yeah. So I think he did say correct about that 2017 Ravens, Bengals, Bills interaction, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask one thing, and then you guys can go into basketball a little bit. The Broncos are up for sale. Do you see another rich asshole buying them, or do you see somebody like Peyton Manning expressing interest in buying the football team?
I don't know.
Guess that's tough to say, really. I wouldn't be surprised if Manning was involved with that, but I don't know.
I don't think he would. I don't know. He doesn't seem like the guy to me to buy it.
No, I think he's already enjoying life as it is. So
yeah,
it's like, do you really want to give up the good life to be stressed out over running a team?
Well, I said this. It's more of a fan occupation than it really is, I would say a former player or something like that, because you have all the rich idiots out there owning teams. And then unlike John Mara, some of those guys just stay out of business and let everybody else handle it. So it's more of a fan occupation rather than, if Peyton Manning wants to buy, he wants to get involved. I mean, there's some sticky stuff, obviously, that has to be yet to be proven about that Brian Flores stuff. But with that being said, I mean, I just don't see. I think it's going to be another rich guy that's going to buy it. But Luca, if you want to go into some of your basketball stuff, and I know Brian's a fan of both Bucks. The Bucks is in Milwaukee Bucks and the Tampa Bay Bucks. So there's that. You want to go ahead?
And don't wait till we get to baseball.
That's what I was about to say. I'm ready for baseball because Don't tell me you're a fan of the other Bucks in baseball. The Pirates. No, I didn't. Okay,
I have some of their gear. Of their gear, but I'm not their fan.
All right.
I'm a Yankee fan.
Okay, there you go. That's better.
Lifelong.
So the Bucks are the fifth seed in the East. Do you see them as repeat champions or contenders, Brian?
Contenders, yes. Repeat champions, no. I think this year there's too many injuries going on to outright say, the Bucks are going to do this. Like when everybody's healthy, they're going to come back. Because honestly, I don't think that's realistic. I've been thinking about it for a while. Coming into this year, I said maybe there's a good chance.
Yeah.
And then as time has gone on, so many other teams have gotten better. I'm not going to say it's wide open anymore, but it's definitely something to watch. The East is very competitive because Chicago's number one right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know how long that's going to last. Like
Miami's number 2, I think. Yeah, Miami 2, Philadelphia 3, Cleveland number 4.
Don't worry. When everybody gets healthy in time, there's a good chance that this will even out a little bit. But I'm just thinking about overall, we're talking about having somebody like the Sixers playing the Sixers playing the Nets probably, and the Cavs playing the Bucks, but Cleveland has the home court. Like it's really weird to look at it. But if you ask me, honestly, I think the Nets still have a really good shot at this, and even if being the 6th seed, they'll come back. They'll make some moves. I think they'll end up possibly making the finals still. Otherwise, I think
that's an interesting thought.
Chicago's got it. I think otherwise Chicago's got it. But in the West, honestly, I think it's Suns and Warriors only.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Suns and Warriors.
I definitely agree with that. I think Chicago's obviously the best team, but I don't see the Nets really doing it this year. I mean, between they've fallen off. I'm watching them against the Kings right now.
They're
Yeah,
losing.
they've fallen off a bit since Kevin Durant got injured. Kyrie Irving, we obviously know his situation.
Could have some
I don't-
potential locker room drama too with this whole Harden thing, with
Yeah,
him
Harden-
possibly not wanting to come back.
You
Yeah.
know, it's funny, and we could kind of relate to this because, I mean, Sean has probably some idea where this is. Brian probably should know. Me and Luca know. And then somebody commented on that. Nobody said he had to live in Bushwick.
Jesus.
That's what.
Shit.
Let me just mention some comments real quick. They've donated to, if I'm saying this right, O'Shice Children's Hospital
I remember that.
in Buffalo numerous times as well.
Cincy
Kind of like me being a Devils fan and having Buffalo Sabres gear. You have it because it is a local team.
Kind of like that, yeah. A little bit. I mean, like for me, even if they're not my number one team, from my home state of Florida, I'm always going to have some of their gear. I got Marlins gear. I got
Right.
Florida Panthers gear for hockey. I've got some Tampa Bay Rays gear. I mean, that's just the way it is in every sport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some Orlando Magic.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's all about collect. It doesn't only have to be your favorite teams, but if it's like collectible stuff that you think could be worth something, or just you like it, go for it.
I mean, I remember
I don't have a problem with that.
I remember one of the first meetings we had for SFC TV, and Brian was wearing an Eagles hat, and I'm like, "What are you doing?"
I'll never forget a
Oh.
base.
Not over with that. That hat had the embroidered signature of Carson Wentz.
Wow.
Wow.
It's an old hat, but yeah, it was interesting. I just like the design of the hat. That's why I'm a hat guy. I like collecting hats. and stuff,
So am I. I got a huge collection over there. I was about to say too. I remember a baseball practice sophomore year. I won't say names, but I'll tell you guys afterwards. We had a guy on our team play baseball and football. He's a Mets fan, diehard Mets fan. He came in with a Red Sox hat. Every day was a different hat. Red Sox, Angels. I'm trying to think. I think he had a Dodgers
Sounds
hat
like
on
me.
the one day. Like whatever matched. Like, I see that a lot, especially here in New York. Like I see Dodger hats everywhere, and I try to talk baseball, and they have no clue what I'm talking about.
Exactly. Like for me, I've got hats for the Charlotte Hornets. I've got hats for the Magic. I got hats for the Pittsburgh Pirates. I got the Houston Rockets somehow.
Yeah.
I got everything.
Yeah, I mean, what was I going to say? I have two stories real quick. Today, when I was getting on the bus to go back home, I just got off the D train. Figures right in front of me, going on the, I think it was the B6, was a Red Sox fan. I had a Yankee hat on, Red Sox fan, Red Sox mask, Red Sox hat. And just a random story. I thought I'd
Bringing
pull it
a
out.
knife to a gunfight.
It has no relevance to sports whatsoever. So I was crossing the street, and I jaywalked, and I had to leap over snow.
Just remember something. It ain't jaywalking because of the lights and everything. Those are just suggestions. That's all.
Okay, if you want to put it that way.
That's how I look at it now.
Well, but I was crossing the street and I leaped over this whole boulder of snow, and I didn't almost trip, but obviously it was a little slippery. But I watched my step, and this lady's looking at me like I got fucking 5 heads. I'm like, you never seen somebody go over snow before?
At least it's starting to finally melt. I mean, that was the one
Yes.
nice thing today going to campus was at least not all the sidewalks were completely covered in snow.
And we didn't have to play the Olympics, New York Olympics.
Yeah.
Jumping over the
Oh my
sludge.
Yes.
Jolly
You have no
Mom.
idea how many times this past week walking on the sidewalk I got hit by water because people are driving through big ass puddles. It's been brutal.
And it's not just that. I'll get to Jolly's comment in a second. But even stuff I'm noticing with this whole big storm that we had is that
We're getting
they
more on
obviously
Friday too. I hope you know that. We're
Yay.
getting a wintry mix on Friday.
Yay. And then, they were doing the plowing, and one thing is they're plowing cars in because you're parking on the side and you
Yeah.
can't cross the street, so people have to manually do it.
Oh, it's amazing trying to get on and off buses too, because you think bus drivers are going to get to that spot where there's no snow? No.
MTA. That's the
Best
MTA,
transit service in the country.
of course.
Yep.
Jolly Mon says I paid $50 on a New Era cap just because I saw Sean McDermott wearing it on the sidelines and liked it. Interesting.
See, I
Very
don't.
nice.
That is cool. With my hat collection, I try to just keep it strictly my favorite teams and stuff like that. But there was a time where I was actually collecting other team hats. I just never saved them. Like I had a Reds hat for a while, I had a Dodgers hat. I just never, I just felt weird after a while. And my dad, me and my dad were diehard Yankee fans. He looked at me and go, "Why would you wear a Dodgers hat? You're a Yankee fan." I always got that mentality of, all right, yeah, maybe I'm betraying my team by doing this. So
We used to play
I
in Brooklyn, so
eventually
There's no
gave
such
that
thing
up.
as betraying your team because you don't own your team.
No,
So
I know.
honestly, that's how I see it. I'm not
Yeah.
betraying my team because I don't own the team. I may be
Right.
a fan of that team, but that doesn't mean I'm absolutely at all times employed to wear your clothes only.
Yeah,
So
That's true.
if I want to wear other apparel, I want to wear other apparel.
right. That's
It's different if I
understandable.
worked for them though. It's different if I worked for them. Like
Yeah.
if I worked for the Detroit Lions, oh my God, I don't know what I would do. If I worked for the Detroit Lions and I had Packers gear and I tried to wear it to work, they would tell me to change. They would probably tell me to go change.
Yeah.
Or I'm gonna be, and like that's usually the way it is.
Mhm.
If you're gonna be in the office, and I learned this when I was exploring opportunities in the NBA, I was noticing that a lot of these organizations, like the Nets, for example, if you're gonna come in the office, you have to dress professional. But there's gonna be days where you could come in and you could be dressed in Nets gear. You could come in a
Yeah.
Nets jersey. You come in a Nets hat. It's not a big deal because that's the company.
Yeah.
Right.
Like that's big. But if it's another team, that's different. Like so it's
closest-
different if you work for them. But if you
Yeah.
don't work for them, you have no obligations.
Yeah. Well, the closest I think that me and the GPs can relate to is when we played in Little League. Now, when we played in Little League, they went by actual major league teams. So for example, these two, they play for the Pirates. I'm pretty sure if they showed up in Yankees gear, I don't think the coach would have been too happy, especially because the three of us got a lot of hate for being Yankee fans in our Little League.
Phillies,
That's
and
true.
then especially
It was
in the last year, Red
Phillies
Sox
and Mets and Red Sox.
fans. Yeah,
That was mostly what our
and then,
Little League consisted
I remember
of.
one time, I got into a argument with one of my teammates. I think this was 2015 or 2016 because we were arguing who's better, Mark Teixeira or Paul Goldschmidt.
Oh my gosh. Yes. I remember that argument.
Yes,
Everybody had that argument. I was like, and I'm going to still stick to it to this day. I'll stick to my guns. I
Yeah.
love Mark Teixeira.
Mark
Yeah.
Teixeira is my favorite player. He used to get injured a lot, but he is my favorite player.
I didn't care.
And-
He played first base like nobody's business. He was one of
Yeah,
the best.
And then I remember I think I
He had a
asked Sean's
game-winning
dad
home run
about
my first ever Yankee game.
Yeah. And then I remember I asked Sean's dad about it. He's like, yeah, well, Paul Goldschmidt has the power, but nobody has the glove like Teixeira. So,
Yeah.
there's that. Jolly Mon says, tell that to us Western New Yorkers who live, breathe, and die Buffalo Bills. Of
But
course.
that's
Alex-
different because that's all you got.
Yeah,
You only got
That's
the
true.
Bills. I mean, the Sabres are kind of in the dirt right now. Let's be honest
it
here.
always have been.
And that's the only other sport you got there besides college sports, like the Buffalo Bulls.
Sunny Buffalo.
I want to ask you about something that in a second. I brought it up last week. I already forgot what I was gonna say. Anyway, I'll just cut right to the chase. In the state of New York, our governor is actually trying to bring 2 expansion teams to New York. One to Brooklyn, one to upstate New York, Rochester. How would
For
you
what-
feel about that?
For
He-
what
she-
sport?
MLB.
Baseball. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Baseball.
So she wants to put a Brooklyn baseball team back. I'm not
Yes.
opposed to that.
I am.
But what I will say, I'm sorry, I don't get Rochester. Why?
That's what I said.
Why?
Manfred likes the idea. I think if you're going to go upstate New York, it's either going to be
Manfred would
Buffalo
like
or
it if you told him.
Syracuse.
Manfred would like it if you told him that the Colorado Rockies should fold. Like
That's
that's
true.
the kind of person he is. If you tell him, you know what, you should hire Chase Utley to be your next in command as commissioner, he would do it.
Yeah.
He would do it just because it's Chase Utley or Dan Ugla. How's that? Dan
There
Ugla.
you go, yeah.
Wasn't he
Sounds
on one of
about
the
right.
Hall of Fame ballots the last few years? I feel like he was on
Yes,
one of the Hall.
Ugla, because
Yeah.
Ugla was one of the best Florida Marlins to ever play in that
Yeah.
franchise. One of the best.
See,
That
here's how
kinda
I
says
look
something.
at 2 expansion teams coming to New York. I can get upstate, not Rochester, but like Buffalo or Syracuse, I think would be better.
They're the Syracuse
just-
Mets, though.
That's true. But the same thing with Rochester and Buffalo. They got teams there too. You got the
Red
Bisons
Wings.
in Buffalo, and you got I forget what's the new name of Rochester's team. It's not the Red Wings anymore.
I don't know what it is either, but what I do know is we already have two baseball teams here in New York.
And
We have
that's what I'm about to
multiple
say.
minor league teams. Same thing for basketball. Why do we need to add 2 more, make it a 4-sport state? Listen, if it was football, I would understand because technically the Giants and Jets aren't New York. I'm sorry. They're in
not.
Jersey. They're Jersey.
James Dolan.
That's my
Alex,
opinion. I'm sorry.
Alex, I should be blaming James Dolan, not you. We had the plan of West Side Stadium.
Yeah, that was a Jets thing, Alex. That wasn't Giants. My problem with the team coming to Brooklyn, I'd be all for if the Yankees or Mets decide to go there. That'll never happen, though. You already got the Yankees and the Mets in this city. And if you're a diehard baseball fan in the city of New York, you're either a Yankee fan or a Met fan or you're rooting for somebody else. It's going to be very hard to try to convert Yankees or Mets fans to a new baseball team in Brooklyn.
Right.
And I don't think they would get the same support that the Yankees and Mets already get. Almost like the Brooklyn Nets when they moved to New York. It's still in Knickstown. It's not, it's bandwagons that root for Brooklyn. I'm sorry. It is. The only real Nets fans you see are the ones that are either in Jersey still or the ones that are in Brooklyn. I just don't think they would get the same support that the Yankees or Mets get.
Yeah. So 2 things I want to mark down. What was I going to say? Let's see. The Brooklyn team would cannibalize fans off the Mets and the Yankees. Buffalo would be more fitting spot than Rochester, but we have Toronto Blue Jays right here.
Yeah,
Americans,
Toronto's only about
Rochester,
2 hours away.
Rochester Americans. I was going to say something. I don't know how trusty this source is, but Film Talk Football said on Twitter, Joe Shane said he's willing to listen to any and all trade offers, and he'll see what it'll do, but for the best of the team. In that case, it's not an unlikely scenario that Saquon Barkley gets traded. This would clear $7.2 million in cap and cost about a mid-round draft pick. Also a fun fact, and this is on very reliable sources, guess how much it is to be, guess how much it pays to be a communications intern for the MLB?
It's per hour, by the way.
I heard about this. It's $7 an hour, right? Something like that. $7, $7.25.
$8 an hour.
Man, our minimum wage in New York, I'm making more than them then.
You make more minimum wage in New York than you actually do in the MLB. How
No,
does that
you
make sense?
work for McDonald's, you get more.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Because I know Brian has to leave in a minute. What do you have any optimism on baseball?
For me?
Yeah.
Somebody asked me about this today, and I was talking about it. Today? No, yesterday. Yesterday, somebody asked me a good question about that because they're Yankees fans. We're all worried. Mets fans, you're all worried because you really want to show off how good your team is going to be, even though you'll probably have a collapse at some point.
Yeah,
but,
like they always do.
But the point is, we want to see how free agency pans out. We want to see what we're going to be able to get out of this. But at the same time, from every report I've heard from, Rosenthal, from Passan, from people inside, including one of my favorite guys to talk about, MLB Nerds on Twitter.
Yeah.
Make sure to give them a follow. They're really, really good. Trust me.
I've heard.
Follow
I
them.
think I follow them.
So when you from what I've been hearing, if you had to ask me right now, when this lockout's going to end, this is going to delay spring training as of right now. That's what I've got for you. It's going to delay spring training.
Definite.
But I can't tell you what this is going to run until. You want me to give an estimate? It's going to be literally guessing off the top of my head. And if I'm guessing off the top of my head, I'm being straight up. I'm thinking about May. About May or June is when this thing will probably end, which means you're going to lose almost half your season.
Me. I say like July. It's good. I think it's going to be looking exactly like 2020.
Because
Maybe
the problem
worse.
is that neither side wants to budge. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Because Manfred was basically sticking his feet in the ground and saying, "I don't want to get. I'm not going to bend and give you this." Meanwhile, the player's like, "Cool, then we won't play." So that's the way it is. At the end of the day, these guys want to play baseball, and the owners want to be able to give the fans the experience of watching these guys play baseball, and the profit off of that. And at the end of the day, if you can't get the players in the building, you can't have a baseball game. So you have to really put an emphasis on coming to an agreement with your players. Forget how much money you're going to make or lose or whatever. Your goal should be focusing on these players and making sure that they are happy playing baseball again. If you put the players first, everything will fall in place over time. You'll figure out the details. You'll continue to make money in any way possible as long as these guys want to play.
Yeah. I know you said you had to leave. Any final thoughts before you depart?
I will say one thing. For anybody that is watching, please give me a follow on Twitter. BA Mansell. That's
It's
the
in
handle.
the description.
In the description as well. So please make sure to give me a follow there. I talk about sports all the time. You'll see me retweet a lot of insider stuff just so you can keep up with anything going on in the NBA, the NFL, and the MLB. Most specifically the NFL. But I do talk about everything as it comes along. And if you want a final word on something, just make sure to keep an eye out for the Senior Bowl this weekend. Knicks, stay classy. You're not going to get any better.
Pain.
I'm sorry.
Listen, sorry to interject, Brian, but I'll give my full thoughts when you leave, but just trade the vets. Trade the vets.
Whatever you got to do. Whatever you got to do to make the Knicks better. Invest in your youth. Because, again, not playing Cam Reddish is hurting and makes no sense. That's all I'm going to say.
Absolutely.
Right.
You're 100% correct.
And that's just a mistake on management and coaching. But at the end of the day, there's a lot I could say, but all I'm going to say is just keep up with me on Twitter, and you're going to keep having conversation with me. DM me if you got any questions, any things you want to ask me, just want to talk. That's all.
You're going to be actually, no, I'm not going to be in the studio tomorrow because I think I got class and I got film class. So I think
I'm actually going to see Brian in class tomorrow for Persuasion.
Oh, yes, with Dr. Steven.
Yep.
Yes, we're gonna be in that class tomorrow. But at 11:00, we're supposedly taping something. I'm gonna have to be around probably for producing that and doing some directing on that for a general.
That was Cerulli on the couch.
Yes, with Anthony Cerulli, our general manager.
Yes.
Shout out to him.
And then also, I think after that, I think I'm gonna see you on Monday because we got our Super Bowl show.
Maybe I might be coming in on Monday. That's gonna be to be determined. Right now.
Okay.
But I'm going to try my best to make it. This way we can do our Super Bowl predictions. I could be right again about the Super Bowl. This is what I want to do. So,
of course,
we'll see what happens.
All right, Brian. Thanks for coming on, my man. I'll see you sometime in school.
See you tomorrow.
Anytime, man. Good night.
All right. So that's that. So got a couple of comments. Shouts to our main man, TD.
What's going on, TD?
What's up, TD?
Jolly Man says he's making $15.50 as a cashier. And then he's saying that he's betting on no MLB till 2023.
I'm not going to be that negative just yet, but that's also not very far-fetched.
Well, I mean the way things are going,
I still can't believe spring training's not even going to start on time. Like it's just upsetting to me. And I will say this, I was what's today? Wednesday. Yesterday, I was down at St. George because I have a class over there.
Yeah.
Took a walk by the ballpark afterwards. They are, because we got the new Ferry Hawks coming 90 days from today is opening day. They are working on the field currently. They still got a lot of work to do because they still got all the Yankees stuff in there. Right now, they are currently working on the infield. They were completely taken apart. Literally, you could have walked right in. The gates were open, but because of security and everything, I'm not trying to get thrown in jail. But
exactly,
they were working on the field. I know they were working on the wall too. So the ballpark is slowly coming together. First thing they had to do was they had to get rid of the snow before they could do anything else. So the snow was removed. Now they're taking apart the infield. So they still, like I said, lots of work to do, but it sucks that there's going to be no Yankee baseball, but I guess the Ferry Hawks is an upside.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the only reason I'm considering getting season tickets because there's going to be no Yankee baseball.
From what I don't know if this is the communication issue we always have, where I don't tell Luca something or Luca doesn't tell me something that you said. But supposedly, I talked to our friend of the show, Robert Pimsner, And apparently he said it's most likely just $100 deposit, but also the total pays like $600. So that's something we got to look more into, obviously. But
that's just like
it's a fallback option. It's a thing for fun.
Yeah, and even if not, like tickets are still like $10. They're not.
And we're definitely making a trip to Long Island to see the Wally Backman Edgardo Alfonso showdown. You could talk, just need to unmute your mic. But for Jollymon, if you do live in the Buffalo area, obviously support your local teams in terms of the MLB. The Buffalo, the Bisons, I don't know how far y'all. I don't know Western New York geography, but Syracuse, the Mets, and then
Syracuse is more like central. We drove
Rochester,
we drove through Syracuse when we went to Cooperstown, so I think Syracuse is more central New York.
Luca, if you want to go ahead and post your Twitter link. Also, if you want to post the Boys in the Big Apple link as well.
I'll do that right now.
Obviously.
You can follow me on Twitter, but I don't use it, so it's really not worth it.
Sean mostly uses Instagram to either post about family opportunities or rant on the Steelers.
No, not anymore. Not the Steeler rants. I gave those up. It's mostly just life stuff.
Yeah, life.
If you want sports takes, that's where you go to my story. Instagram, Snapchat. I sometimes use Facebook. I'm arguing with NASCAR fans on Facebook. So
why?
I don't know. I just feel like ranting on them on a post. So now I got like 6 comments that I got to read through. It's pride criticism.
Well, this is it's the world we live in right now.
Oh yeah.
The hell was I gonna say? So in a minute, we'll get into the recent stuff with the MLB and the MLBPA. Sean, I know you love Shohei Ohtani is on the cover of the MLB The Show 2022.
The only bright side to this upcoming game is the fact that now it's not official yet. I don't know if they're releasing it today, or I guess not because it's 10 o'clock, almost 11. So I'm guessing the 22nd to 22-22, they will be announcing Derek Jeter for the Legends Edition, I think it's called.
Respectfully to Derek Jeter, I'm not paying $20 extra.
I think
for a game for a season may not even happen.
The only reason I would consider buying it.
In there?
Yeah, Simon was biting my shoelace.
Wow, Sean explains it. You kind of want to kick him out?
Alex, he's not doing anything. Relax.
You just said he was doing something, so.
If you want to just take 30 seconds to kick him out, Sean's going to explain his point.
No, he's fine. Sean, explain. Don't let him interrupt you again.
Oh, the only reason I would buy the extra edition, it's not even for any of the stuff in the game.
Gave him a moment.
It's not even the stuff in the game I would buy it for. It's the exact same reason I bought NASCAR Heat 4 with the physical copy, because I buy all my games digitally now.
Yeah.
It's just for the cover. Literally just for the sake of saying, oh, I got the Derek Jeter cover. Like I said, I got it right over there, the Jeff Gordon Steelbook from when that game released a few years ago. That's the only reason I bought the physical edition. So if I were to buy this, which I doubt I am, I would only buy it just for the sake of having the case.
Yeah. Jollymon, in terms of your comment about Saquon Barkley, listen, if we don't find an offensive coordinator, we'll trade Saquon Barkley for Ken Dorsey. But you know what? I would give up Saquon Barkley, though. I think we do need a new running back.
Sean, I need to ask you something. And that is shitbag titty fucker of the week or low cal of the week? I say low cal.
He's going to go with low cal of the week, Luca. He watches more UT than he does Bob Menery.
Yeah, no. Low cal of the week.
That's like asking him.
I really don't.
Does he like pizza more or Mexican food? I mean,
you're asking an Italian that, so
exactly. That's
that's my go-to. No, and I follow Bob Menery on Instagram, but I'll tell you the truth. When I'm on Instagram, I usually don't even have my volume on because I'm in a public place.
Yeah,
I just watch the stuff he posts, but I don't listen to the commentary.
I have yet to. Oh boy. He says go Bengals. Shouts to Sox Arizona. If we have a baseball season, I'm definitely planning on possibly doing a podcast with Sox, a weekly live stream. I think that'd be good content. Yankee and a Red Sox fan. That would
Feel
be good
free to
fun.
destroy the. Oh, I know. You know what it is? Because Facebook's what. You know what it is? I like to read the comment sections with Facebook because there's old people, so I know that their
You
takes are
type
gonna
like
be.
this.
Yeah, their takes are gonna be so unbelievably brain dead. And I'm not trying to diss anybody. It's just straight facts. I mean, I'll never forget when what am I? Oh, when I was reading through Giants comments after it was like during the off season, there was like everybody was like, go for Deshaun Watson. Like everybody. Trade for Watson. This was before the season started, I believe. But no, NASCAR is my favorite because NASCAR, you go to any other social media that's popular, primarily Instagram, their NASCAR pages, they're filled with people that are adults, but not like older. When you read the older people's comments from like that age from like 40 to 60, 70, oh my God. Every post. Why isn't it like the 1970s where the car was built better and it was more stock and there was no, the rules weren't as strict and this and that and the other thing. Like, I like to just comment NASCAR fans are just mad it's not 1975 anymore.
I mean, at some point you just gotta go with the times.
It's because they're, you know what it is with race fans? It's more of a redneck thing, if anything. They hate change. They can't adapt to change.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's true. That's just a fact.
Jollymon says, I didn't say that I would trade Ken Dorsey. Josh wants him, so keep him. Potato says, NASCAR turn right and turn right and turn right. That's actually the polar opposite. It's mainly left turns.
Well, we got a bunch of road courses, which is another thing old people complain about. Oh my God, I'd rather see speed than left and right turns. This is stupid. Yeah. Outlaw this.
Watch Arizona's takes on NASCAR. He said NASCAR stinks, man. I hate to say it, but
the way I look at it, I don't see a lot of people have that rivalry where it's like, oh, NASCAR is better than F1. No, F1's better. I think it's too different. I like about the new generation of race fans is that they've grown to just like and respect a lot of the other motorsports. Like for me, like I like to watch sports car racing. I will watch IndyCar and Formula One, and I'm not gonna sit here and think, oh, I hate that because it's not NASCAR. Like I respect all of them in their own way. It's just that NASCAR has always been my personal favorite.
Yeah, you have an open mind.
But no, I don't get surprised by like
if the Bills have sustained success and the Giants become something, Bills Giants Super Bowl maybe. Yeah,
then you have to hold it in New York. We'll put it in Syracuse. They got a big dome. The football team does. I don't know how much it holds. But...
Obviously, you've seen the prices for the Rams Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, the cheapest tickets are like $5,000.
That's the nosebleeds.
Yeah, those are nosebleeds tickets. And I think
Jay says, I like the F1 drama is some juicy stuff. I don't care about the racing. That'd be boring stuff.
The drama, I do hear a lot of drama come out of.
Racing is fascinating. If you aren't born into it, you probably won't.
Exactly. And that's the thing. I was born into it.
Realistically, that's me. I mean, I tried. I will
give the GPs credit. They did try to give it a shot because when we had the pandemic, NASCAR was one of the few sports we legitimately had because they were the first sport to come back.
Exactly.
So I will give them credit. They did try. And they did actually get into it for a little while, especially when Kyle Busch wrecked Chase Elliott and I wanted to throw my TV. I wanted to throw my TV all the way out to LA. That's how far I could throw it. That's how pissed I was. But no, you're 1,000% right.
Maybe Sox will catch it in California.
Yeah.
I just realized, Sox, you moved to California, even though your name is Sox.
I was going to say, does that mean he's going to change it to Sox California? That's interesting. What part of California? Because I got family in LA. But no, he's 1,000% right. If you're not born into the sport, it's probably not going to be for you. I was born into it. I eat, sleep, live racing. I'm so hyped. First exhibition race of the year is this weekend, then 2 weeks after. It's 500 weekend.
Also, I mean, the thing with who knows, that might be a big part of this because if baseball doesn't happen, if they're going
to go back to watching NASCAR.
We'll go back to watching NASCAR until the USFL gets here. So,
we'll live stream the races on Sunday. Oh, I'd
Yeah.
love to be broadcasting though. Oh yeah, okay. Race fan or not, if you ever get the chance, when you listen to if you ever listen to sports on the radio, there's nothing better than listening to a race on the radio. I mean, it's for the Motor Racing Network. I'll tell you the truth; they're my favorite broadcasters in all of sports. They could make golf exciting. That's how exciting racing announcers are. Like, it's amazing. Like, you get a close battle, and you're bound to have a good broadcast, unless you're NBC. Yes, I went there.
Yeah, I know you.
Unless
hate
you're
NBC.
NBC. They're the only people that's. I don't have anything against Rick Allen. It's everybody else I can't stand.
Jamie McMurray.
I don't have a problem with him. It's more Jeff Burton. I can't stand him. I can't stand him, and that's not just because he had a mini rivalry with Jeff Gordon for a few weeks. His voice is just
nauseating.
It's like nails on a chalkboard. Even this weekend, watching the IMSA race, they brought him in, and he was better. He's better off in the pits as a pit analyst. In the broadcast booth, no. Yeah, I miss the days of ESPN's NASCAR broadcast. Those were amazing. And TNT was probably my favorite.
Well, like the last race with the safety car, it created a civil war for in F1 fans. It also showed which fans are the older and the newer ones.
Yeah. That's where you can usually find out your fans, your fan base for any sport period, is when drama hits.
Yeah.
That's when you find out a lot about your fan base. You find out, you look at Yankee fans. After this year, you got the mixture of the analytics bugs and the old school fans. We're the old school fans. That's It's funny because I was just criticizing boomers a couple minutes ago. Now I'm
you're tearing into the new fans. So
yeah,
it's pick your poison with that one. But with football, in terms of being a content creator, I mean, I'm recently analytical. Like I'm recently, just
football is another one too. Like you get your old school fans who claim the sport's too soft. You got and then you got the new school fans that are sticking it in their faces because of the fact that the ratings end up going up when everybody said they were going to go down.
Yeah. Jollymon has a good question. I'll get to that in just a second. But typically obviously, Sean just mentioned the whole thing for baseball fans, but typically among football fans, you're an older fan if you believe in defense and pounding the run.
Yes.
But if you're a newer fan or if you just adjusted, you believe in passing the football.
Yeah, the passing game.
Yeah,
I think both are fun. I don't see what's wrong with getting the best of both worlds. I mean, that's probably because I'm a Steelers fan and we're all about the hard-hitting defense. Even for the longest time, we had an amazing run game. But I don't have a problem with going out and seeing a quarterback throw out for 500-something yards.
Unless it's Big Ben at the end of his career throwing 50 times a game.
That's a different story, though. But like I said, I have no problem with the best of both worlds.
Yeah. We kicked Luka to the curb. Shots to MH. No, he muted his mic. He shut off his camera, so I kicked him out. He's going to come back in soon. Potato says one half of fans when Hamilton was robbed the second half. If he knew he would turn left,
I remember that.
Champ.
I can't stand him personally.
I
never could. I never liked him.
This.
I didn't like him from the day he took over because I feel like Phil Simms is better.
Yeah.
Phil Simms got screwed. If I were Phil Simms, I would have left CBS and went to Fox or NBC.
No,
but
definitely.
I think CBS. I think better Fox just because you got that battle.
I'll just say this. CBS, I think, did wrong by two people. My personal opinion. Now, Phil Simms obviously was one of them with Tony Romo, $17 million a year, whatever, to be a fucking play-by-play.
I'm not even a Giants fan, and I say what I said.
Yeah, I mean, and then I have a comment about Tony Romo in just a second, as Luka comes back in, and so we'll just say MH was wondering where you were.
Yeah, I was at the bathroom.
With that being said, you could have told us, but in private chat. Anyway,
you blew it up. I can smell it from here.
This question was being posed. How do you feel about Romo in the booth? I'll implement my thoughts. I don't like him in the booth. I also thought they screwed over Dan Fouts and brought in Charles Davis.
Yeah.
And Davis isn't bad. I mean, he's good.
I
He's
never
on
have
the
a problem with
Madden.
him.
He's on the
I
Madden.
don't like him in Madden. I like him better in
Yeah,
person.
because Madden it's always repetitive. No matter which broadcaster. But anyway, I just always like Dan Fouts and I.
Yeah, so did I.
And
And this
as
guy who has to watch Fox every week.
as a guy I've watched Fox every week, I prefer CBS all the way. My personal
I do too, but that's not also to say that Fox does have good broadcasters. I just don't think the broadcast is as good.
Yeah.
The presentation is not as good as CBS.
Yeah. What was I going to say? How do you feel for Tony Romo in the booth? What do you mean by that one? Because I think we interpreted the question wrong. But anyway, also as well, I will take Tony Romo 10 times out of 10 over Troy Aikman.
Oh, without
I
a doubt.
can't stand Troy Aikman.
That's a guarantee.
So there's that. Steelers and Saints got to stop living the past and reset. We were talking about the philosophy and the old school, new school football fans a few short minutes ago. So, as I said, I'm a newer fan, so I'm more passing. And then you could get the run game and the defense going. But, with the contenders
when it comes to offense, like I said, I like the best of both worlds, but I'm also still about hard-hitting defense because in the end, defense does win championships. That's just
right. And then what was I going to say? Stafford, look at the contenders of the league right now. Stafford, Burrow, Mahomes, was Brady. So also there's this, and then I'll go to MH's comment, which I don't think MH was here for my comments as well as Brian's as well, but, obviously, again. So obviously our childhood is almost over. Manning retired. Breeze retired. Roethlisberger retired. Brady retired. Rivers retired. All these other guys retired. Someone put in the comments, it's a shame Tony Romo isn't on this list. I'm like, you have to be that ignorant?
The man was injured the whole time. How could you say?
Like in my football,
I'm telling you the honest truth, and 1,000%. Romo shouldn't be on that list because he was shoved down our throats. We didn't want to watch Tony Romo like we did Peyton, Eli, Ben, Luck. We wanted to watch
even
those
some
guys.
people to an extent. Sean Brady.
Yes,
exactly.
Even Brady, because he had great rivalries with those other quarterbacks. Nobody wanted to watch Tony Romo. We're just sick and tired of him being the Cowboys being shoved down our throats every week. Alex, you're a Giants fan. I'm not crapping on your team here, but do people really want to see in week 1 of the season, the 425 America's game of the week, Cowboys Giants again and again and again and again?
Fuck no.
Thank you. Does anybody want to watch Cowboy? Well, I can't say Cowboys Eagles anymore because the Eagles were like kind of decent. Does anybody?
They benefited off an easy
schedule. But does anybody want to watch the Cowboys play against crappy football teams on national TV week after week after week
The Sunday nighter, the big blowout with the Washington football team.
There we go. Okay, that's a good example. Yeah.
They also got their asses bounced by the Cardinals.
I could understand it if the Cowboys were good, but why are you sucking bad teams into this? Look at Cowboys Jets a few years ago. The Jets put off the upset, but did anybody in America actually want to watch that?
Game. I remember
who wanted to watch that? If it's the Cowboys against a good team, like say you had Cowboys Steelers the last. Actually, no.
Cowboys Patriots was good.
When the Cowboys were bad, they were still putting them in the national spotlight.
Cowboys Jets 2015.
Yes. Steelers Cowboys 2020. Who wanted to watch that?
We had a Sunday night football game won by a kickoff return. Matt Castle was the starting quarterback. Yes. 2015.
We got Matt Castle and Kellen Moore.
Oh my God. So that's what I'm saying. That's why Tony Romo's not on that list. Because all they do is give the Cowboys prime. If you're going to give them prime time, it either got to be a good rival, not Giants rival. Sorry.
Until they get good again.
Yeah, if that ever happens again.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I've made my point.
And realistically, with my football career, I mean, in terms of a fan, I didn't realistically start watching till like late 2015, really early 2016, where I watched a lot of games.
2010
Dak
for
Prescott was the quarterback.
me. Yeah.
So, there's that. Jolly Mon says, defense wins championships. Tell that's the number one defense, which is the Buffalo
Now, hold on
Bills.
a second. I'll rebut that and say you didn't have Tre'Davious White, number one. Number two, Leslie Frazier decided to play conservative, and the defense fell apart in the last 13 seconds.
Yeah,
of
that's on the
regulation.
defense that game.
No,
I-
I mean, I'm
That
not
loss is on the D.
personally. When I was profiling Leslie Frazier for the Giants job in one of my videos, I wasn't including that because that's obviously the staple of memes. 13 seconds away from this, but no, they had one of the top offenses. So as long as you have a top offense, you have a top defense, you're an instant contender. If you have, and that's
You can also
most
have a
categories.
manageable defense in the top offense. If your defense is passable,
Yeah.
like top 15.
Yeah, like at this, I've said this so many times. If the Steelers had at least a decent defense when we had the Killer Bees, probably would have won a ring. But no, we had no defense.
And then there's
Artie
the
Burns.
now,
Which makes
plus
me want
everything
to
else.
punch a hole in the wall right now.
Artie Burns, Mike Mitchell.
Mike Mitchell.
You gotta think of the other names as well. Well, I mean,
Only
Willie
if you
Gay was
had-
there
only
at
if
the
you
end of
had-
his prime.
Would you say Sean Day? Oh my God!
Yeah, when
Sean
he cost
Davis.
us the game against the fucking Cowboys.
Sean Davis.
Let me also the
That
safety.
horrible run defense.
He was Alex. He was safety next to Mike Mitchell.
What did I say? That
Oh, I thought you were struggling on who he was.
No, I know who Sean Davis is.
Who the
Um,
hell? I mean, you guys still had Mike Hilton. Hayden was not there
Hilton
yet.
grew into his own.
Yeah,
Hayden came in 2017
Artie
right?
Burns we
or 18,
mentioned.
something like that.
Yeah, 2017 sounds like it.
The only good we had Ross Cockrell wasn't terrible.
13 seconds is on coaching. So yeah, not typically the defense as a Bills fan literally would put it. Once again, thank you for
Willie
the follow.
Gay.
Yeah, but
Willie
he
Gay
was
towards the end of
decent
his
though.
prime.
He was decent for.
I remember he
while.
played for the
just didn't-
Giants in the preseason.
And there was
2018.
also here's another name. I'm looking at the Steelers roster right now. Lawrence Timmons.
He was good though. The Steelers made a big mistake when they let him go.
They let James Harrison go.
That was also though because T.J. Watt took over.
Yeah.
That's why. And Harrison
Arthur
kind of got
Motes.
salty about
Arthur
that.
Motes.
He has his own Steelers talk show or podcast.
Yeah.
Do you know in his intro he has his number one clip of him sacking Josh Johnson in that 2017 preseason game?
I swear.
know,
I think UT made this point, and he's so right on this. Arizona Cardinals is the land of former Steelers.
It is.
Alan
There were people
Faneca, Arthur Motes,
predicting that when Ben retired, he was going to go to Arizona, be with Bruce Arians again.
Bruce Arians,
Marcus Gilbert.
Rashard Mendenhall.
Rashard Mendenhall. Not that he's a joke. I'm just saying
He was
like,
decent,
bad-
but he couldn't stay healthy.
Let me see something real quick.
I'm trying to think. Gilbert, you said.
Arians,
Byron
I
Leftwich.
mentioned. Byron Leftwich.
Well, I mean, also before he came back to the Steelers, Willie Gay went to the Cardinals after his
Yeah.
first tenure. So there's another one. Pittsburgh West. Except two
literally.
different temperatures.
And yeah, let's not forget when they went to Arizona in 2018, it was
Definitely
all
agree,
Steeler
Jolly.
fans. It was all Steeler fans. Remember
Yeah.
that full takeover?
Yeah.
Let's see.
That was
One,
a Chargers.
I got a
style
list
home
here. Dan Kreider, fullback.
I don't remember that name.
Jerame Tumon. I don't know who that is.
I
Tight
don't
end.
remember who that is.
Zamir Cobb. I don't even know who that is.
What are you
Oliver
reading?
Ross. Former Steelers who were joined the Cardinals after 2006. Steelers O-line coach Russ Grimm. I don't even know.
I
who
remember
that
I
is.
have a question for you, Sean. I have a question. I'll let Luca keep going. Mike Munchak's not going back to the Broncos. You taking him again?
Ooh.
I wanted him. We didn't get him. We got the Bills O-line coach. Thank you, Jollymon. But
That's interesting. I haven't
he-
thought about that.
I literally bang the table for Mike Munchak for 3 straight days, but
I would take. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind. There were actually Steelers fans saying that they would be willing to bring in Brian Flores for defensive coordinator. I think with all the drama now,
it's not even that. And we still have yet to give our opinion. So if MH is still hanging, I'm going to give my opinion at least in a minute. But even then, I don't think he's settling for a defensive coordinator job. He could get a head coaching job.
Oh yeah, I don't think so either. And I mean, he wouldn't be a terrible idea. Like I said though, now he's got a lot of drama on his back.
Yeah,
and I don't know if teams are going to want that.
You could get Fangio. He's still out there. You could
have
Buffalo
East.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we are Buffalo East. What was I going to say? Wink Martindale is still out there. You could have him betray his former team that they got him fired. And of course, the defensive. And listen, look, obviously Michigan's Michigan. Obviously, they hired a defensive coordinator who knew John Harbaugh's brother, but he worked for both Harbaughs, so that's it made very much sense. Johnny Mon said, I only searched out your channel because I wanted to find out a Giants fan's opinion on poaching from the Bills. I'm glad I found you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much, man.
Appreciate it.
Jolly Mon, as a Bills fan, give your thoughts on the Jets in the comments below.
Oh, God.
Listen, no, we're gonna have a good discussion. All right.
Basically, Sean, for our new people, our Bills fans, he's a Giants fan. He's a Jets fan. I'm still a proud Steeler fan who can still say, even though we did nothing this year, there goes Luca's camera. No, we did nothing this year. I'm still happy about that Week 1 game.
What, from 2020?
No, from this year. We beat them.
You
don't remember when we pulled off that upset?
Yeah.
And then all Steeler fans were gone to the Super Bowl. And then the next 3 weeks, we completely shit the bed. So
yeah. Steelers going to the Super Bowl. Yeah, they're going because of purchasing tickets.
Yeah, no Steeler fans stupid enough to spend $4,000, like $6,000.
In terms of,
I get the joke. I know. I watched the UT video already.
Now he says I want Mike on our O-line staff. Yeah, I mean, for any team that's really looking for an O-line coach, he fucking Hall of Famer right there. That's why I wanted him. I wanted him so bad.
I would definitely bring him in.
I mean, what was I going to say?
He could do wonders for your young offensive line, Sean.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah. I mean, the last 2 O-line coaches weren't great, but especially my team. But once again, if Bobby Johnson works, and I've received mixed feedback from Bills fans, I've contacted some content creators. They say he's good. It's just the depth reasons with Buffalo. I would be happy. And I'm waiting on the results. But before we get into baseball,
can I rattle off some more former Steelers that went to the Cardinals?
Let's hear this. I want to hear this because I can name a few off the top of my head.
All right. Wide receiver Sean Moore.
I like that.
Okay.
That's good. I'll give you credit. That's funny.
Oh, my God.
Oh, shit. That's good.
All right. So to continue, wide receiver Sean Morey.
Don't know it.
Ken Weisenhunt, former offensive coordinator.
That rings a bell. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think Weisenhunt actually took the Cardinals to the Super Bowl against the Steelers, if I'm not mistaken.
You might be right. That's where I think I've heard that name.
Linebacker Clark Hagans.
No.
Brenson Buckner, former Steeler.
That sounds familiar. A little bit.
He was probably like in the 80s. Here's a name you'll recognize, Joey Porter.
Well, yeah.
Let me see.
Never forget when he stood up to the entire Bengals as a coach after that wild card game, 2015.
Brian St. Pierre.
Yeah.
Chucky Okobi.
No.
Larry Zierlein, offensive line coach.
I feel like I've heard that name before.
Nick Eason, the defensive
lineman.
I
know who that is.
Yeah, I think he's a coach now.
Bryant McFadden.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mitch Berger, the punter.
Yeah.
You also got A.Q. Shipley.
Yeah.
Cresden Butler. Sean obviously mentioned Rashard Mendenhall.
Yeah, I remember.
Deshae Townsend.
Yes.
He was a former DB's coach for us for a year.
I forgot about
Remember
Townsend.
I don't think speak good. Amos Jones, the special teams coach. I don't think you'll
Special
probably
teams coach, yeah, he was a consultant this past 2 years with Judge. So yeah, I know who Amos.
Obviously, Bruce Arians, defensive coordinator or DB's coach Ray Horton. I don't think many people.
I know who.
Larry
he is.
Foote.
Yep.
Jesus Christ, how many names are there?
Drew
I was about to say.
Punter Drew Butler.
Yep. I remember him.
Obviously, Sean mentioned Byron Leftwich. Jonathan Dwyer.
I was just about to say it was either him or Redmond is Isaac Redmond on that list?
Not yet, because
Okay.
there's still a bit.
I still remember
Jesus.
Isaac Redmond against the Giants in 2012. I remember he broke off for a couple of nice runs in that game.
Yeah, you might be right on that. I don't know.
I remember
obviously
that.
mentioned Jonathan
That was
Dwyer.
after the Hurricane Sandy.
Here's a name: Brian Hoyer. I didn't even know he's with the Steelers or Cardinals, to be quite honest. But to
He's
continue,
been everywhere.
Lamar Woodley,
Yeah.
Joe Green, the defensive line coach or scout.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
Mean Joe Green.
Yeah.
Um,
Alex be like, who's that?
That's stupid.
Josh Morrow.
You said hold on. I know Josh Morrow. You said after 2006. Joe Green was before.
Yeah, right.
2006.
No. But I'm saying no. I forgot to mention this. He was a defensive line coach for the Cardinals.
Right, but that was he that ended in 2003.
He played for the Steelers, but he was a coach for the Cardinals. Okay.
But what you said after 2006, you're not being accurate. His coaching career ended in 2003.
Okay. Whatever. Okay.
We have
got caught.
valuable topics to get to, and you're reading off Cardinal Steelers.
And last one, Todd Haley.
That I know.
He's a head coach in the USFL, by the way.
Yeah, so is Jeff Fisher.
Jeff Fisher.
Listen, Jollymon, if the Jets do it right this offseason, they'll be competing for a wild card spot. I'm not saying they'll be competing for the division.
That might spark some debate.
I'm just saying if they get it right.
All I'm going to say is
Just don't turn into the Giants from last season, please. Where you spend big in free agents.
Shut the fuck
Where
up.
you spend big in free agency.
Alex, can't you just mute him? Oh,
No,
okay,
remove
then you can do that too.
No, what I was saying is, what you can't with this idiot obviously responding. He's talking. Oh, don't be the Giants. Well, Luca, you said you don't know if Sal's the coach yet, so why go out and spend in free agency like a winning team? You're a losing team.
You can evaluate him better, Alex.
But you have to evaluate with draft talent first.
Yeah, you can draft and sign free agents. Duh.
Yeah, let's get hooked on a bunch of 4-year contracts.
Who said we were going to sign 4-year contracts? We'll fill some needs through the draft. We'll fill some needs through the free agency. Okay?
I'm just saying, your foundation has to be built on draft picks, not free agency.
Yeah, we already got a foundation, bud.
Yeah, well, you know what? What happened in 2019, 2020 when you had somewhat of a spending spree?
Yeah, we signed a Prastis Prime Le'Veon Bell. CJ Mosley had a good year, not a great year this season. We also signed
a debate with all 3 New York teams.
Jamison Crowder, obviously good. Some Giants fans want him. I don't know why. I don't know. Sean, would you be opposed to signing Jamison Crowder for the slot?
They got their wide receivers, so I don't understand,
I don't know. I really would. I don't think so. I think he's up there in age.
He's like he's in his late 20s. He's reliable though. But again, I don't see him as a fit for your team. I was just asking, just being curious because we know.
he might be better on special teams than what's his face, McLeod. So
you would use Jamison Crowder as special teams.
So.
I'm not saying just special teams. He can be. My God,
bro, we really started an argument. The whole argument was supposed to be Bills versus Jets. This turned to Giants Jets.
But you need.
I will say this though. Let me ask both Luca and our Bills fans in the chat: if the Jets ever did become good, along with Buffalo, what would be the better New York rivalry then? Giants-Jets or Bills-Jets?
It depends what the Giants do, but I got to go with Buffalo Jets.
I mean, obviously that's a better rivalry, period. But in terms of trash talk, it's more.
If they do what Luka wants and spend through free agency, not in the long run.
If you spend with the right
Not in the long
assets,
run.
if you spend with the right assets in free agency and fill your needs through the draft, I think we can beat the Patriots at least once. Because the Patriots are tight with cap right now. They spent a lot in last offseason.
There's a lot of teams like that, though. Green Bay, Dallas.
Green Bay is so fucked.
Green Bay is. I think this was their last chance.
I'm going to say this.
Green Bay, they're done.
I'm going to say that you might see a lot of people go to
Mac.
Denver
By the
from
way,
Green Bay.
Mac Jones is not that special. Somebody, a Patriots beat writer, I think, said on Twitter, a Patriots personality or some shit. Mac Jones is just as talented as Joe Burrow.
Back to our regularly scheduled
And
program.
you know what I tweeted? I said, this guy must be drunk off his Boston Lager.
I respect that.
Okay. You earned some respect for that. But Jolly, please comment in the chat how the Bills are competitive. Are they competitive through free agency or the draft?
Alex, you got to supplement through free agency. But draft, I understand, Alex. You're right.
They built
Made
their
progress.
process. They made a few free agent signings, not many, though.
I understand.
The process
Alex,
is built through the draft.
Alex, I get your point, but you got to supplement through free agency.
Yeah,
Remember, this is the Jets. We don't draft well.
Then fucking fix that.
Yeah, we're 2021 class is already a head start.
Then continue that. Why? Why you?
Yeah.
What are you, Aaron
Alex,
Boone? You Aaron Boone? You're not following the hot hand?
I'm not saying that.
You don't
Sean,
believe in
help
the
me
high.
out here. Sean, please help me out. I'm gonna go nuts on this guy. I said supplement through free agency. I didn't say build through free agency. What are we, the Mets? Please help me out here, Sean. I'm gonna.
Why do you need help?
Because he's the mediator. He's the guy in the middle. He's the neutral party.
Yeah, but what if somebody
what
in
do
the
y'all
comments
think?
agrees with me?
I
Chat,
said.
how are we feeling about
again,
this?
I say
Whose take? Is it my take or his
I
take? I'm gonna guess it's draft. Thank you, Jolly. Thank you.
I never said don't build through the draft.
But you're
said,
saying because you have lots of cap space, you supplement through free agency. If you don't know Sal as a coach, then build through the draft. If he's not the coach by year 3, you get an experienced coach in here, and then you go out and spend in free agency because the money rolls over, and then you start winning fucking games.
I think basically, okay. I'm just putting this. I'm not taking sides right now. I'm looking at this perspectively. I think what Luka's trying to say though is it's not impossible because of where they were at last year to have
look
a
at the
good
Bengals
draft.
did, Alex. I'm not saying we're going to a Super Bowl next year, but look what the Bengals did.
I think the Bengals going to a Super Bowl shows how drunk the NFL was this year. That's what I believe. But what I'm trying to say is I think what Luka's trying to get at is because they have the high draft pick, they got multiple first-round picks, if I'm not mistaken.
2.
Yeah. It's not impossible to build a better roster, not only with the draft, but because now they got money to spend, they could also go out and get some maybe top-tier talent, or at least decent talent, and create at least a solid football team.
Thank you.
Going down the road. I think, though, what Alex is saying is it too early to be spending, and could that potentially damage? Like, let's say next year, hypothetically, you go 9-8. You're not going to get as good a draft pick. So does that
Could
that halt?
That's not my point. My point is if they have a Giants year, because we all know if you're in MetLife Stadium, your team's gonna get injured. Unless you have a superb medical staff, which the Jets have experienced shit ton of injuries, the Giants have as well. My point is, you can spend through free agency and you could go say, oh well, wild card. When this guy finished with 4 wins, you don't even know he's a future coach yet. So see how he does. I like the interruption.
But this is my team. I have the
I'm
right
just
to saying.
saying. I'm making a point based off of my team, my experiences. You go out, you build through the draft, like the Bills did. You see if McDermott, not McDermott in this case, but I'm just saying, making a
I'm
point
just
with
gonna
the
say
Bills.
this, Alex. I'm probably gonna take Lucas on the side of the fact that he knows more pain than you do. So I feel like if
And are you
there's
gonna,
anybody,
let me just go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry.
I think if there's somebody to be taking advice from in terms of pain, I would take Lucas' side on that. He knows more pain than anybody else does.
Yeah,
in this
but
chat.
in terms of a formula for winning,
Oh, Giants ain't that, but they've also never had the same amount of failure as the Jets.
right? But in terms of a formula
I'm
for
just
winning, listen to me and Jollymon. Anyway, he said the Bengals are the only team are going to the Super Bowl because Patrick choked after halftime.
So same thing with Tennessee.
Listen, I'm not talking about the Bengals going to the Super Bowl. I'm talking about Bengals being a good team this year. That's it.
Let me
ask you this:
hold
do you
on.
think if Jamar Chase comes to Cincinnati, they're anywhere near as good?
No. Oh,
I'd say more
very
mid-tier than
mid-tier.
anything.
I have a joke though. I have a joke.
Can't wait to hear
Your
What?
team?
No, not about my team. What if I choked away a huge lead in the AFC Championship and threw an interception in overtime? Will I still get the Patrick price? That's not my joke, but it's a funny joke. If the Chiefs played like they did against the Bengals, the Bills would be moving to the Super Bowl, and Daboll would not be the head coach. So,
Yeah.
Listen,
No,
I'm
there's
not
that.
saying talking about going to the Super Bowl. I'm saying
nobody said
taking that next step. They signed guys through free agency. Chidobe Awuzie, Mike Hilton, Trey Hendrickson, who they cashed in on $14 million a year, signing an edge rusher.
You notice that was in their third year, not their second.
Alex, they were rock bottom in 2020 when they drafted Joe Burrow, and then the next year they're in a Super Bowl
half
team.
their year was supplemented by Brandon Allen. You really think the way Joe Burrow looks right now, you really think that they don't win at least 6 games?
The way I kind of look at it with Cincinnati is they almost kind of remind me of what was the Niners before they went to the Super Bowl. Their best player got hurt, in which case that was Bosa and Jimmy G. They got hurt, and it was almost like a consolation prize where they got Bosa, and it helped them go to the Super Bowl. That could be you could kind of say the same thing about Cincinnati, because when Burrow went down, they were terrible that year, the rest of the year. But they were able to get Jamar Chase out of it, which still a lot of people question, but
And they didn't take like the fucking Dolphins did. Now, we'll get into that in just a minute.
Yeah.
Brandon Beane knows how to get the dregs from other teams, a la Poyer and Hyde. Hyde was a good, solid safety in Green Bay. Poyer was, I don't know how he was with the Browns, as well as Bates. I think he's talking about Ryan Bates, the guard, I think his name is, as well as how to draft properly, get all the right coaches.
Right. I'm not denying it starts. Sean, hear me out. I'm not denying it starts with the draft.
Why are you talking directly to him?
Because he's the mediator. He's the only one who can hear me out correctly, aside from you.
Aside from me? What?
Because you're
so I can hear you out.
No.
But it's because he's saying I understand what he's trying to say. You're not.
I'm not saying it doesn't start with the draft. It does start with the draft. You have to draft well. Why do you think the Jets have been in the shitter for the past fucking 10 years? Because we don't know how to draft. Look at 98 to 2011. There were some pretty good draft classes amongst that. And then free agent signings came with it, like Brian Cox. I could go all day. Alan Faneca, whoever. It starts with the draft. I'm not denying that. But in the situation you are in, are you really going to keep the process going longer and longer and longer? You have to have a good draft.
Oh,
you have. You know what's funny? The Chiefs.
I saw that. I did notice that.
Yikes!
But
to continue what I'm saying, yes, the Jets have to have a very good draft class this year. I agree 100%. But you have to supplement through free agency. I think this team could be a competitive product this year. This is 7 teams in the entire conference who could go to the playoffs. The Jets could be one of them.
Only thing that scares me about what Luka is saying is this is exactly how Alex felt a year ago.
That's true, but the Jets have to make the signings first.
But
Again,
but you're essentially saying the thing I am.
Hello. The reason I've gained optimism on Salah is because, remember, I wasn't high on Salah towards the middle of the season because we were getting our asses whooped by the Buffalo Bills. Yes, Jolly Mon, I'm going to mention that when we got our asses kicked when we had Mike White starting, and we had to get our asses kicked by the Patriots twice. But towards the end of the season, did you not see progress in the team competing for its coach?
Luka
Against the Bills in week 18, against the Bucks in week 17.
See,
I mean, is that not
like me right now?
I hate moral victories, but still, I'm just saying.
We're twins. You sound like me last year. Come on.
I understand I do, but I'm just saying the Jets have to make the signings first. They have to draft well.
The Jets basically what they need to do is not do what the Giants did a year ago.
Like spend
and fucking collapse.
Don't collapse and don't sign players to albatross contracts and don't utilize that and then
but even if it's not an albatross contract, Luka, say you sign.
I think Galladay is one of the worst signings of the offseason.
Yes, I'm fully aware of that. Thank you, genius. Yeah, real smart. Put the tinfoil hat on. Anyway, with that being said, you could sign somebody. Give me a top free agent you want to sign.
I want Marcus Williams, but there's different avenues you can go down. No.
All you had to say was, let's say Marcus Williams is downright dog crap, okay? He's downright dog crap, okay? And Jeff Ulbrich maybe doesn't know how to use him. And then there's a couple other pieces that go wrong. And, that would turn out, beside the contracts, that would turn out like the Giants season. Minus having right minus.
Oh.
That's I'm not going to lie, Jolly Mon, that's a pretty biased take right there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And
I'm
just like
serious.
that, we're going to lose a subscriber.
No, I'm like...
Just saying,
do
not challenge Luka. Do not challenge Luka.
I've been challenged once before. That was on the Knicks.
Oh, we all know about that one, Luka. We don't have to remind us.
He said, well, listen, it's not like he's battling his own fan here. This is rivalry, so it's actually documented.
This is like get the popcorn interesting.
How is the Jets front office brain dead? Like, did Joe Douglas make bad signings in his free agency in the past 2 years? Yeah, absolutely, I agree 100%. Greg Van Roten, Corey Davis was disappointing. He's like a 1A, 1B. He's not a true number one receiver, but he's made bad signings. I'm not going to deny that. He's made his bad draft picks. I'm not going to deny that, but he's done solid. He's not good. He's not great. He's not terrible. He's not freaking trash. He's not John Idzik bad. We all knew how bad he was. The Idzik 12, not a single good player out of that draft.
Real quickly,
and the only good player out of that draft in the Idzik 12 of 2014 was Quincy Enunwa. And his career only spanned how many years? Because of injuries.
Let me say this. It just so happens that Mike Francesa rant was about the Bills blowing out the Jets.
Yeah, you don't remember that?
No, I absolutely do remember that.
I'm making the relevance because we got a Bills fan.
He says, don't do what New Jersey Devils did under Lou Lamoriello and sign aging players to albatross contracts. Listen, the Jets, I'll admit it, Jolly
That's why they have a retirement facility outside.
Shut up.
I'll
admit, the Jets have signed past their prime players before. Plaxico Burress was one of them. Anthony Mason was one of them.
Santonio Holmes.
Holmes was good for like his first 2 years. Then he became a bitch. What? He literally, I heard a story one time on Talk Jets radio. They were talking about how Santonio Holmes was doing this charity event at a bowling alley. A girl in his Steelers jersey comes up to him. Would you like to sign this for me? He tells the kid no.
I never heard that story.
Giants. I never heard that.
He's not a nice guy.
But like the Marcus,
he wasn't a good teammate
either. Who the hell did that? It was somebody on the Cowboys. Some Giants fan wanted his
Marcus Lawrence.
Yeah, he wanted his jersey signed. They told him no.
I don't know how he did this year, but I don't like him. Cowboys, I don't like him.
Look, I'm sorry. I could be at let's see. I could go to an Eagles-Ravens game. If I have an opportunity to get a jersey signed, I'm gonna take it.
Exactly.
But
why does Santonio Holmes have to be a dick in that situation is my question.
See, like I said, I've never heard that story. I'm not doubting your legitimacy.
Story. Plus, he was complaining about the offense in 2011. He literally stayed out of the huddle in the final game in which we collapsed against the Dolphins. But again, not the point. I know we've signed past their prime players before. I'm just saying the Jets have a chance to right their wrongs. This front office has a chance to right the previous regime and the previous regime before that their wrongs. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Question for Sean, obviously, because we do have a couple of topics to get to. How early you got to get up tomorrow?
7:30.
Okay. So I know where to go with this. But anyway, Brian Flores. I don't know if MH is still here, but I want to reiterate my point in the smallest because obviously we got to get to MLB a little bit.
In NBA.
Yeah, a little bit of that too. In terms of Brian Flores, I don't think he has a case against the Giants because Ryan Poles and what's his face? Brian Flores were serious finalists for the jobs. With the Dolphins thing, they might be forced to sell because they were literally paying him to tank, and that
Hugh Jackson just joined him in saying Cleveland did too.
Yeah, his record was 24. The problem, I mean, the whole thing about this is he has to prove it in court. So does Hugh Jackson, but Hugh Jackson actually took the money. Brian Flores didn't. So there's a difference in that situation.
It showed Brian Flores was a good coach that year. That they were supposed to tank. Like they had games where they were in it.
Yeah, down the stretch.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's not the reason I didn't want him to come here. The reason I didn't want him to come here is because, he didn't have a set plan for offensive coordinator. Literally said to the Giants front office, yeah, I'll hire whoever you guys recommend. Like, no, that's not a viable plan. My personal opinion. No, bias against Brian Flores. That's my thing. They'll have to prove the Broncos thing in court, which I think is going to be very hard to do. It's disgusting, but John Elway walks in hungover in an interview. That was 2019, so once again, you have to prove it. Once again, also as well for the Dolphins, trying to get Tom Brady on a boat where he isn't a free agent yet. That's tampering, and Brian Flores, rightfully so, walks off the boat. So we might be looking at another Donald Sterling case here.
Yeah. In the way I look at this entire thing, Alex is right. If you're going to make a case out of this, you have to show proof.
Yeah.
That
right,
is
obviously.
number one. If you don't have proof, don't bother. You're wasting your time. If a lot of this stuff is true, I'll put away the Giants thing for right now because I'm not like... They already had their coach in mind. The rule is the rule, in my opinion, whether you agree with it or not.
And it's stupid.
Yeah.
Because it's a sham. But my thing is, Sean, is that Mara actually called Brian Flores to say, hey, you're one of the serious candidates for the job. You're one of the finalists. So it's not like it's a total sham. He says it's a total sham.
He was just upset because he didn't get the
job.
Yeah.
That's my personal opinion because he's from – what?
No, I agree with that.
No, I was saying because he's from Brownsville. He probably was a New York Giants fan growing up. That like leave the Giants out of that. They said that you were serious finalists for the job. And listen, if somebody has better answers than you, a better plan, listen, they have better answers, a better plan than you. He still has other head coaching opportunities that he would be totally fit for. Obviously, now there's coming out that that he wanted Justin Herbert actually, and that wasn't a smokescreen. And then the front office, obviously, with all the tanking bullshit, so a lot of that stuff is not on him now, if it proves to be true. But with the Giants, man, no, I just don't think there's a case there.
I think I get he would want to come back to his hometown, but I feel like in that case, if you're Brian Flores, wouldn't you want to go to a better situation? Like, hypothetically, Denver, because they got a better roster. I think they're a quarterback away from being competitive again. That's my opinion.
Yeah. New Orleans.
That's
same
another
situation.
Yeah. So I feel like there's better opportunities out there, but the other stuff in terms of being paid to tank, if other coaches are coming out and are saying this and can indeed prove it, that could really expose a lot of teams. Because if it's, I hate to bring the Jets into this, but maybe the whole Raiders choke a couple years ago, could that have actually been a payoff? It's just, I'm not saying.
I know. I understand. I understand what
it
you're
happened,
saying,
but it could open up a lot of
can of worms.
Yeah, exactly. Now,
Why does the AFC East have to be the first one caught up in drama? First the Patriots, now the Dolphins. I mean, let's be both glad.
I was about to say this,
Yeah.
John. I was literally about to say this.
Yeah, it's like keep the New Yorker, keep Buffalo and New York out of this. Keep our New York teams out of this. But no, I'm just saying it could open up a can of worms because if it's these two teams, who else could have been doing this? Excuse me.
Maybe the Bengals the first year?
The Bengals could have, the Jaguars very easily.
But the problem with the Bengals is that they're in the Super Bowl now, so that's nothing's coming out.
Yeah.
I mean, could you honestly say something about when the Jaguars posted a Trevor Lawrence thing before the draft even commenced?
Maybe. I mean, the Jaguars.
They won one game and then they fucking fucked
They've lost 15 in a row.
I mean,
but Jacksonville could be another one that you say could have been on because they were horrible that year before they got Lawrence. Who was their quarterback? Minshew,
Jake Luton, Mike Glennon.
Yeah, exactly. So you never know. That's another team. Yeah,
I think it's just a bad look for the league overall.
It is.
It exposes the tanking thing to a larger level.
And me and Alex, Luca too, exception of 1 year, we've always spoken about how we're heavily against tanking. The only sport that legitimately has an excuse for it is Major League Baseball. And that's because baseball as a whole is broken right now. But football, there's no excuse for tanking. I'm sorry. I truly do not believe it.
Let me ask you guys this. If this works out, if this ends up badly for the NFL, in which Ross would have to sell his team, draft picks would have to come out, same with Haslam, you think that would be the time for the NFL to invoke a draft lottery?
It could happen.
I was just going to ask about that, and here's what I said. I hope the Giants are just good by then.
Yeah.
I want no New York stuff like the Knicks, please.
I don't want to be doing no draft lottery nonsense.
Yeah.
No, and you know what, though? If something like this does happen where more teams come out and get exposed for this, you will definitely see changes, whether it be a draft lottery, whether it's where they try to do some like Major League Baseball is doing, like, all right, you have to spend. If we see you're not, we'll punish you or whatever the hell it is.
I don't think we'll get to that point, but I see where you're going.
That's just what I'm saying. Like, if more teams come out, this is going to open up something that's going to be ugly, and it's a horrible look for the sport.
Yeah. To think
it's
that
bad enough that you got fans that are egging this on, cheering for it.
To think that to think, and I mean the Bears may come out too, and I'm just throwing it out there, but I don't think they will because Nagy was trying to win games. And I think he would have spoken by now. Me personally, maybe not. But I think for a lot of people, and I'm not going to have a take on this, obviously. I think if what we see here, and maybe someone else comes out like Adam Gase, and I'm not saying to point at the Jets, but I'm saying if maybe if Doug Marrone, that was the 1 in 15 season, right? Yeah, 1 in 15. Yeah. Doug Marrone. What if Doug Marrone comes out and says, "Yeah, well, Shad Khan and David Caldwell, they said, okay, you got a tank, and I'm basically out of a job." So if they come out, here's the thing, and I'm not gonna start a whole race war. I'm not trying to start an argument like that because we're not the major networks out there. We're not trying to do that. But I think what a lot of people are going to dislike is that's going to shift the momentum towards, okay, now we need to repeal tanking more than the focus on the Rooney Rule and the minority head coaches. I'm just proposing something. I'm not saying it's going to happen. It should happen. I don't have a take on it. I'm just saying if there are more coaches that come out with this,
Yeah.
Alex, can I just present to you a tweet? PFT commenter says, free agents who sign with the Commanders are eligible for USAA at Rob Gronkowski.
Oh, but I'm special.
You deserve that. Exactly why they need something in the NHL regarding draft positions, the draft lottery. I'm not a fan of it. I just hope the Giants, you have it. Okay. You have, Giants.
In a sport where you have salary caps, I'm not opposed to it, but I'm also not for it.
Yeah.
Because How fair would it be hypothetically if, let's say the Rams win the Super Bowl on Sunday, you have a draft lottery, next thing you know the Rams got the first overall pick.
I don't think it would be that. I think it'd be the
I don't
first
think it
couple.
would either. I'm just saying hypothetically, what if? Like,
Yeah.
let's say it was just open all 32 teams. Because I remember when I mentioned a few weeks ago when the Celtics were a top tier team and they ended up getting the first pick. Like,
And then they end up trading that pick, which became
Yeah.
Markelle Fultz.
yeah. So I mean, then I get to our friends in Europe. They're like, oh, but you're rewarding losing. You
You know what? I beefed a little bit with my professor from last semester on that. Oh, you're rewarding, losing. Why would you give it to the top team? You're
Yeah, it
rewarding.
doesn't make sense.
That's
What
just
are they
such
going
an
to do with
imbalance.
the top? What are they going to do with the top draft pick when you got top stars? It doesn't make sense. Like, what good would it be?
What equality is that?
What good would it be if you get? It was best. I'm just trying to think. Good starting quarterback out of the draft. When, let's say, you got Tom Brady. What would the Patriots? Okay, let's say they did it by Super Bowl. The winner of each Super Bowl over the last 20 years or so. Obviously, the Pats have 6 rings. That's 6 years where they get the top pick. What are they going to do with that pick? What realistically? I mean, what realistically are you going to get out of that?
Unless you trade somebody, but it's stupid. It's a stupid argument.
It is stupid. Like, obviously Trevor Lawrence was the best player in the draft last year. What good would that have been to the Bucs? I mean, yeah, I guess I could say better now. I might just prove myself wrong because that probably would have been better for their future.
The point is the point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they wouldn't have had. I don't know. Sean,
Yeah.
you were initially right. What good would have it done for the Bucs? Nobody was predicting Brady was going to retire this year.
Exactly.
Yeah,
For both, really. Yeah.
yeah.
Brady-
MLB's the only jerk off.
The outlier.
Yeah. MLB, like I said, MLB is the only sport that has a legitimate reason for tanking. And
Yeah.
that's because it's broke.
That's because
Salary
it's
minimum.
their fault.
Yeah. But that's all on baseball.
Yeah. So if we could get into the NBA and a little bit of MLB before we log off for the night, Luca, which one do you want to present first?
So I want to go with my NBA segment. The Knicks obviously lost tonight. Mitchell Robinson looked really good tonight. Julius Randle had high energy on the floor. He did have some defensive lapses, but you know what? It is what it is. He was also ejected one time for going near the Grizzlies bench and arguing with Desmond Bain, and the second time he was ejected for arguing with an official. So and also he does not come out to the press after a loss, especially after being ejected, which he's not a man. And he's not a leader either. I'm serious. He's not.
I know. I understand. I know. I saw a tweet earlier.
And people are like, oh, if you think Julius Randle had a bad game, you a hater. Okay, I respect his high energy, and I respect that he's trying to do a little, do things when his shot's not falling. But I'm not going to accept the goddamn defensive lapses, and when he can't hold his composure and gets ejected. I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here and defend that. So don't feed me. Spare me the fucking theatrics, Marty, with this nonsense. Anyway, RJ Barrett, I think, had a solid game. Quentin Grimes was doing his thing. Evan Fournier, this year's Evan Fournier has been better than last year's Evan Fournier. So not bad, not bad. To continue, some Knicks questions. To continue, per Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report, Nerlens Noel, Evan Fournier, Alec Burks, and Kemba Walker have been made available for trade. I think Kemba's cooked because in the last 2 games he's not scored 1 point.
what's the trade value there?
What is the trade value? You're gonna have to buy him out.
Yeah. Well, I'm
See-
saying even with the trade deadline, I know one of the takeaways in your questions is like, are they going to sell? Are they going to not sell? I mean, obviously, I think Fournier had the most points tonight. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, he was the leading scorer.
Yeah, leading scorer, 30 points. Even, obviously he's got the bad defense and everything, but I just feel like the front office is not going to admit their losses. And this isn't necessarily on Leon Rose. I mean, it could be, it could not be. I mean,
It is technically because that's
Yeah.
their signing.
Yeah, it's their signing, but also I feel like they're not going to move on from their losses, but at the same time, you're not going to have Thibodeau playing the young guys.
Right. I agree with you on that point. My thing is, I think the front office is willing to move on, in my opinion, but it's Thibodeau that's not going to be – it's Thibodeau that's not in line. I don't think they're in lockstep with that, which isn't exactly a good thing. as I mentioned, the trade targets. This is a precise effort to get Cam more minutes. Quentin Grimes continues to be on a tear. Should he be in the starting lineup? Me and MH were talking about this. I think he should. Evan Fournier deserves to be on the bench. His defensive lapses could be hidden a lot more easier. And Quentin Grimes can guard the best player on the opponent's team, the starting best opponent's starting player, like Reggie Bullock did last year. So he definitely deserves that. Emmanuel quickly, besides a very good fourth quarter, continues to go through a sophomore slump. He's not controlling the flow of the offense. He's either holding the ball too long or just shooting too early in the shot clock. RJ, as I say, continues a solid stretch. Tom Thibodeau said before the game that he needs to see more in Obi Toppin's game, but praises the way he's playing. There are some rumblings about the Knicks sticking to Julius Randle long-term, or are they going to trade him? Randle said he is committed to the team to help build a winner in a championship.
I find that to be bullshit.
Yeah. As I said, as Sean asked earlier, I am on the trade Julius Randle train. Get me a point guard who can unlock Obi Toppin's abilities. And then most likely that would be De'Aaron Fox. As I'm going to say right now, the Mavericks are not willing to trade Jalen Brunson unless it's a home run offer. So that's that when it comes to that. Some trade rumors across the NBA. Celtics point guard Dennis Schroeder is a name to watch for the Chicago Bulls at the deadline. Pelicans have shown interest in Kings sharpshooter Harrison Barnes, Blazers 3-and-D wing Robert Covington, and Houston Rockets wingman Eric Gordon. Looks like they might need some veteran leadership on a pretty young team. The Lakers are linked to Nets big man Paul Millsap on the buyout market. He's a potential buyout candidate. Celtics and Timberwolves have explored a trade that would send Malik Beasley to Boston for Josh Richardson and Aaron Nesmith or Romeo Langford. As I said, the Jalen Brunson report, Timberwolves are exploring trades for Patrick Beverley. The Wizards want to move on from Spencer Dinwiddie due to clashing in the locker room, and the organization believes he's a shell of his former self. Obi Toppin, Jalen Green, Juan Toscano Anderson, and Cole Anthony will all participate in the dunk contest on All-Star Weekend. No Knicks were selected for the Futures game or the All-Star game. No surprise there. The Brooklyn Nets, although they're winning against the Kings right now, are amongst a 5-game skid. James Harden is still dealing with pain in his hand, returned from injury versus the Suns to only shoot 5 of 19 from the field and also committing 4 turnovers. Kyrie Irving continues to play excellent basketball despite the limited amounts of games. Nets do need to take advantage of the road games he does play. And I said Paul Millsap could be bought out after display of disappointment season for him. I actually praised the signing, and it really hasn't worked out so far. NBA legend Jerry West claims the Lakers are treating him like crap. This is not the owner Genie Bus, but the executives. Kurt Rambis. Ben Simmons' total findings have reached $19 million this season. So there's that. And he's also upset with Joel Embiid over blaming him for last season's playoff loss against the Hawks.
Still arguing about this shit. I mean, they're almost halfway through the season, if not already halfway through the season. Sixers are doing just fine without Simmons, so.
They're the third seed, actually. So, yeah, they're doing fine, pretty much fine without him. I don't know if they're a championship contender, but they're a contender anyway.
They're at least a playoff team.
Exactly. That's without a doubt. Thunder point guard and Simmons is supposedly skeptical that Daryl Morey, the GM, wants to trade him. Yeah, no shit. You haven't played a goddamn game all year, bud. Anyway, Thunder point guard.
Did anyone actually think before the season that Kyrie Irving would play a game before Ben Simmons?
Yeah, that's a good one.
I gotta admit that was a good one.
Now I will ask you this, Luca, about Kyrie real quick, just because obviously he can play the road games, but he can't play any of the ones in California, correct? Because I know they're on a West Coast trip.
He's playing the one in California right now, actually.
In Sacramento?
Yep.
Okay, so I thought that was like a state. Well, I guess it's like New York where it's by the city.
Yep.
But because I know he can't play in Golden State.
He actually played, I think, against Golden State. I gotta check the box score.
I thought they had.
I think here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. With New York, Adams is like, okay, no.
Yeah, he played against Golden State.
Here's the thing, though. Here's my theory about it. Golden State, I'm just gonna guess, is strictly for vaccinated, but they'll let unvaccinated players in the building, unlike New York, where they say, okay, everybody has to be vaccinated in the building.
Yeah.
Not
Including
away players. Not away players in New
Not
York.
away players?
When it comes to only like Knicks and Nets have to be all vaccinated
Yeah.
to play in their respective city.
Okay.
Away
Oh,
players.
so Kyrie
do not-
definitely. So he definitely will not be able to play at MSG.
No.
Okay. I
So-
knew that from the start. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you said.
Right. So January Player of the Month goes to Nikola Jokic and Joel Embiid. The Memphis Grizzlies, who we face tonight, obviously beat us, continue to be one of the hotter teams in the NBA. Currently sitting at third in the Western Conference. This team is full of athleticism. John Morant's on an absolute tear and was selected to his first All-Star game. Undoubtedly, he is the best player in the 2019 draft. His explosiveness is uncanny, and he features pretty many dribble moves to beat defenders off the dribble. Also has a really nice floater, one of the top drivers in the game, and he's the sole reason why the Grizzlies are first in fast break points per game. He knows how to push the pace. Desmond Bane obviously became a lights-out shooter and is a solid scorer of the basketball. Jaren Jackson Jr. and Alex's favorite player, Steven Adams, in the front court, anchor the third-best defense in the NBA, 12th in opposing points in the paint. Also, the team is also led by a string of defensive role players in Kyle Anderson, Tyus Jones, and DeAnthony Melton. That's my NBA segment. Any questions?
No.
Got all mine out.
The teams that don't make the playoffs are eligible for draft lottery, and not the teams that made the playoffs. So that's strictly NHL. But with that being said, we could probably go on our final topic, which is the MLB. Sean, I don't know if I brought this to your attention earlier. I may have.
I don't know. I've been out all day, so
I'm going to bring it again. Did I mention the communications department thing?
Yes, you did.
yeah.
Okay. I just wanted
Yeah.
to know where I stood there.
Yeah, we were making jokes about how we all make more.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to ask this, interrupt for a sec. Sean, what are your thoughts that the Yankees do not want to trade Anthony Volpe or Oswald Peraza for Matt Olson?
I hope they stay true to their word. I wouldn't give up 2 prospects like that because I already told you I don't want Correa. I don't want Trevor Story. I don't even remember the names because it's been so long. Those are just 2 that I remember off the top of my head. Seager's gone, so that was the other name.
I disagree. I will tell you why I disagree. Alex is going to hop on me with the same point. This is a win-now team. You're not.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Go ahead.
Who's your shortstop?
I'm biting the bullet, and I'm going Correa. I'm sorry. This is a win-now team. I'm biting the bullet.
Win now, but Correa is not winning us a title.
You don't think so?
No.
Listen, adding Correa alone is not going to do shit. You got to add Correa. You got to add Olsen, Freeman, or Rizzo. You got to add one more starting pitcher. You got to add
Need bullpen help, right?
Bullpen help also.
That will come
A
to the
little
minor
bit, yeah.
leagues, I believe.
Yeah, that's going to come
And
through
Joe
the
Kelly.
minor leagues in Joe Kelly. But adding Correa alone is not going to do much of anything. That would be a failure of an offseason.
If that's the only move, I'm like, no, fucking third place.
So I will bite the bullet.
I already said it. I said it at the start of the offseason. It doesn't matter who they bring in. They could bring in Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani. They could make Babe Ruth rise from the dead and bring him back to play again. With Aaron Boone as manager, with the analytics that this team runs, it doesn't matter who they run out. They're not winning anything. That's truly how I feel. That's truly how I believe. So that's why I'm more on the train of give the young guys a chance instead of buying a title like the Mets are trying to do.
Listen, we gotta say we bought some titles over the years. Just we gotta be brutally honest. But anyway, I'm going to challenge you on this question. How can we let our young players succeed without a proper coaching staff and a proper manager? That's my question. I'm not, again, feel free to answer.
That's a good point. That is a good point. I do agree with you with that. The minor leaguers, the problem with the Yankees is the minor league coaches and the major league coaches teach 2 completely different styles. And that's the one thing that is hurting this team. And that's why I'm not convinced we're not going anywhere, regardless of who we bring in, who we call up. It doesn't matter. That's the problem with this team. And that's an amazing point because you're right. And it's a shame because the way this team is run, it's a joke. I'm sorry.
They're complacent. I agree with you 100%, Sean. Even
It's
though
a
we have
joke.
even though we have differing philosophies when it comes to shortstop, you're essentially right. You're essentially right. Because they're complacent. They take what they get what they I don't know.
And the problem is, I don't think they're ever going to change. I really
It will
don't.
change for years.
No, maybe I shouldn't really say this, but maybe ever. This
don't
is
know.
baseball today, and it's very depressing because, as I said, it does not matter who we bring in; they ain't doing nothing.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, you have the analytics with Boston, but Alex Cora is using him at free will, and he's getting the most out of his players too.
Yes,
the
how
Red
you
Sox
beat
have
Boston,
a lesser.
you beat Boston.
The Red Sox are a lesser team.
The Red Sox are nowhere near as talented as we are. That's even if we don't get any of these top stars who are left in free agency. But the problem is Boston's not home run or bust. That's all this Yankee team is. Home run or bust. And with Boone's mismanagement and the bullpen and the starters, it's just how can you create a winning team? How can you create a World Series team like this? And I'll tell you the truth. If the Yankees are lucky enough to win a ring, it is not going to be because of Boone.
It's going to be in spite of him.
Thank you. Exactly.
because
That's
of
cold
talent.
hard truth.
It's you know what? Got to go with the UT saying the high end talent.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll bail him out. That's the only way they
We'll have
win
to
a
hear
ring.
it about how. And listen, if Boone, turns things around and it's truly his own, I'll admit guilt. But you know what? Realistically, in our thoughts, it's not going to be because of Boone.
No,
And I
it's
don't want
not.
people championing him.
Unless
If
Boone
we do
changes his entire managing style.
and yeah, and just like, if we do the talent wise, if we win a World Series of talent, and then people will champion him. Oh, well, he won a ring for us. No, he didn't. No. Jason Garrett got the fucking Cowboys to a playoff game and won in 2018. Now, was it because of him? No.
Nope.
It was because of the
The
high
Yankees,
end talent.
is Boone the reason that the Yankees have been able to make the playoffs these last several years?
No, it's because of the high end talent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even then, some of the high-end talent can be classified as questionable. Gallo.
That's one thing we can all agree on.
Yeah.
The overhype for him. Real quickly before we go into the last baseball topic, Luca, you have that list of the Senior Bowl prospects you're looking at.
Yes, I do. So I'm gonna pull them out right now. Give me 1 second. I just had the list. So my Senior Bowl you want me to list them?
Sure.
All right, my Senior Bowl prospects are Jermaine Johnson out of Florida State, defensive end. Jeremy Ruckert, tight end out of Ohio State. Jerome Ford, running back out of Cincinnati. Trey McBride, tight end, Colorado State. Chad Muma, linebacker out of Wyoming. Devin Lloyd, linebacker out of Utah. Jahan Dotson, wide receiver out of Penn State. Arnold DeBeckety, defensive end out of Penn State. Kobe Bryant, cornerback, Cincinnati. Charlie Kolar, tight end, Iowa State. Zion Johnson, offensive guard, Boston College. Christian Watson, Nebraska State wide receiver. Mario Goodrich, cornerback out of Clemson. Leon O'Neal, safety, Texas A&M. And Greg Dulcich, tight end out of UCLA.
My quick list. Also, the East-West Shrine Bowl is tomorrow. So, for those of you, I'm going to watch it, hopefully. My takeaways, well, not my takeaways, but my list. I'm also looking at quarterbacks, just in case. Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett, Sam Howell, Myjai Sanders, defensive end out of Cincinnati, Alec Pierce, wide receiver from Cincinnati, Jeremy Ruckert, Jake Ferguson from Wisconsin, Trey McBride out of Colorado State, Trevor Penning, Northern Iowa offensive tackle, running back Hassan Haskins from Michigan, Desmond Ritter, cornerback Cincinnati, Daniel Falele, Minnesota offensive tackle, who's 387 pounds, Zion Johnson, O-lineman out of Boston College, Brian Robinson, running back from Alabama, Ed Ingram, offensive lineman out of LSU, Darian Kennard, offensive lineman from Kentucky, and Jermaine Johnson, defensive end out of Florida State. Obviously, you listed yours. If I had to pick a team to root for, honestly, it'd have to be the Jets with all the familiar names and the talent. So we'll see who wins this weekend. 1:30 on NFL Network. I'm excited, but I'm watching that, not the Pro Bowl. Fuck the
Football
Pro Bowl.
sucks.
I'll be watching NASCAR this weekend.
Yeah.
Plus, I'll be out all day anyway.
We could probably save the future Hall of Fame bouts for next week, because we do have to get to bed at some point. But we can cover the small stuff that the MLB and the MLBPA are fighting on. So if you want to pull that up, Luca, or just off the top of your head,
Let's just say the last meeting got a little heated.
a little. He just left.
Baseball.
I think he closed out of the tab.
Damn. Baseball right now is just in such a... It's basically, before we even get anything, it already looks like spring. Spring training, you ain't starting on time.
What'd you do?
You closed the tab, right?
I went to my bookmark instead of going on another tab.
Rip.
Okay.
Continue. Some of the things that were discussed. So we obviously mentioned spring training is in jeopardy. So the MLBPA's proposal Tuesday included a drop in its bonus pool request for pre-arbitration players from $105 million to $100 million.
Meanwhile, the other side stands at $10 million.
Yes, that's life right now.
That's the emotion.
That's
the
Major
emotion.
League Baseball right now.
So what the big thing is, Sean, you have your top 30 players, and that's top 30 bonus pool. What the MLBPA wants to pay them is about they obviously have 105 million. That's what they stated. Now it's 100, so it's about 3.3 million per player for bonus. What the MLB wants to do, 333,000 bonus. That's how cheap we are. I'm literally
and these minor leaguers. Oh my god.
I'm literally almost on the side of the players in this whole.
Oh no, you got to be on the
Mostly.
side of the players.
Mostly.
Yeah, 330K sounds nice to the. I'd kill to make.
I'm
300.
just saying over the entire
But
lockout.
for a professional baseball player,
as a bonus, it's ridiculous. So
What about that minimum salary, Luca?
minimum salary? You ready for this, Sean? The MLB agreed to a slight bump to its proposed minimum salary, $600,000 to $615,000.
life changing. Wow.
The MLBPA stands at $775,000.
And I said this is, and I'm not disrespecting minor leaguers that come up. This is one of the lesser issues out of every issue. So just go ahead and side with the MLBPA, $775K. It's not that hard. Not that hard.
Because the owners are greedy.
Also, say the luxury tax.
Luxury tax. This should be fun. Let me see if I can find
MLB's
it.
at 214.
The MLB remains steadfast at 214 million, while the union dropped to 245 million.
Meet in the middle, 230.
But the owners are cheap. Again. And this one, let me see. So we always talk about revenue sharing and the small market teams and large market teams. The revenue sharing between the large market and small market, the difference between the revenue sharing between the small market teams and the large market teams proposed is $70 million. So that's what the MLB, I think, is proposing. So the large market teams would be getting $70 million more in revenue. Of course, because we don't favor the small market teams.
No, it's all about
imbalance.
the big market. You know, New York and LA, that's where the money is.
Yep.
Now, I don't know what they met on today about, but it wouldn't hurt to look.
Yeah, if you want to look that up quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't really have any articles. All right, here we go.
Won't hear more until
Let me just mute this for a sec.
He's trying to get the thing up without the noise.
There's no ad, so you can be grateful. So they discussed the universal DH today.
I know that's apparently an
I think
agreement.
that's like one of the few things they actually agree on.
This is February 1st, right? No, I don't care about that. To pool money, blah, 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 blah. Come on. Talks haven't begun. This is the one-way player side. Players did offer a 12-team playoff format, and MLB did propose a universal DH and drop free agent compensation. The owners, again, want a 14-team playoff.
You know why? Gee, I wonder. Literally, this will, I was watching UT's playoff video earlier. What is that? What is the purpose of a 7th team to come to the playoffs? You're not enabling mediocrity. You're making.
The moolah is as if you've not made enough money already.
Like, they don't have enough money. You can play 162 games a year. What much more do you...
Just be good. Just don't be mediocre. Anyway,
be at least somewhat watchable.
The players, however, will not agree to a 14-team playoff without some kind of give back elsewhere.
That's not happening.
No, that's not happening.
Because I think the player, this is biased. I think the players would be a little more, if they were the ones to like put the 14-team playoff. I think they would be more. What's the word? They would be more compromising.
Yeah.
I don't think the owners are tighter.
Yeah. Well, and you know what it is too? I think for the big market teams, the big market players, they ain't gonna want that because they don't want small town Miami getting in the playoffs like they did in 2020. They want it to where it's
authentic teams like the Dodgers.
Yeah, the Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox, whatever. Yeah.
Anyway, to continue, the players' union still wants to increase minimum salary much more than the owners do, and reduce the timeline for arbitration eligibility from 3 years to 2 years.
Well, I think we can all agree on one thing: you have to side with the players.
I don't know. I'm pretty much siding with the players on all of these issues.
It's hard not to because the owners, it's just straight greed. I mean, come on, you're billionaires.
Don't give me this COVID bull crap. We've been 2 years past that.
Yes, we played in full stadiums last year. I don't get it. Why the greed? You got the money. You made it back this year. How do you make more back? Not being cheap. How do you make it back?
You spend money to make money.
Teams.
Be creative.
Be creative. Instead of just not paying your players and disrespecting your workers.
Who's really losing out?
Employees,
who's really, and I don't know if you just mentioned it. You probably just did. The employees, the people working for the chicken buckets, they're losing because they won't have a job.
They do, but it's just not daily. Like literally, how many events are going to be at Yankee Stadium if there's no baseball season? You got concerts, and that's about it. And that's Yankee Stadium's not big on concerts.
No.
That's more of a city field thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yankees are gonna have to get a little bit creative this summer if there's no baseball.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you host Giants training camp at Yankee Stadium. Wouldn't that be interesting?
I wonder
maybe play an exhibition.
Not
game
for
at
free.
Yankees.
Not for free.
Well, who knows? Maybe we'll get the Giant Jet game next year at Yankee Stadium. I would go to that. I would be 1,000% down for that.
Yeah.
Get some NFL games in there. You have to get creative.
Way to make money. Luke, any more?
That's pretty much that.
All right, so we'll wrap it up here. I'll send it to Sean, Luca, and me for final thoughts.
Well, that was another good one. I mean, we got a lot of good stuff coming up this weekend. Alex, obviously, talking about the college all-star games, first exhibition race, so Pro Bowl weekend if you're really into that. I mean, only reason I'm going to watch is because I want to see, what is it, Sunday night? Yeah, I don't know, maybe not, because we got an exhibition race Sunday night. I'll probably peek in just to see what Najee and,
TJ Watt do.
Deontay, TJ. I'd pop in to see what the Steelers players do. Unfortunately, TJ Watt, I feel bad for him because he likes to get to destroy QBs, and he's not going to be able to because, two-man touch. So, yeah, I mean, I'll watch it just see what my Steelers do, but other than that, So it's still looking like a good weekend, for your college football fans, race fans. So, no baseball on the horizon because, spring training is supposed to start in about a week and a half.
Good luck.
Oh, yeah, we got college baseball coming up this month, too.
Luca?
So to wrap it up, my final thoughts, good discussion overall, especially with Brian and Sean. Hopefully something moves with these MLB and MLBPA talks, but hoping is just
False.
it's easier said than done.
It's sad. It's really sad.
All right, so I'm going to purposely milk it so this gets to 4 hours. We're at 3:59:25.
Well, it's not very hard to do for you with the way you run your mouth.
If you guys haven't already, like, comment, and subscribe, turn on post notifications so you know when a live stream pops to your drops. I don't have it pinned, but if you want to scroll through the chat, wrong side. Manscaped, go on Twitter. I can't really advertise it on here because it's not for my channel. It's strict rules, I should say. But go on my Twitter. You'll find the Manscaped stuff. 20% off.
You know what you got to do, Alex, with that? You got to get that for here, too. You got to make the type of ads the way 5 Point Vids does. You ever seen his Manscaped ads?
I think I have.
Them shits are funny.
Yeah.
I must agree.
Take it,
yeah. Eventually we'll grow the channel, but appreciate you guys coming out. Sox Arizona, Jollymon, a new subscriber. Maybe during the next NFL season we'll get some Bills Jets trash talk.
That'll be fun, especially if the Jets end up being decent next year.
Yeah. Either way,
Love that.
we'll see what happens with these MLBPA talks. Not much hope there. Obviously, next time we'll probably go into future Hall of Fame ballots because that's interesting. It's not, it's not very good, but it's interesting. And obviously over 4 hours for a school night. So
yeah, I get to be up in 7 hours.
I think you got to get up early too, right, Luca?
Yeah, I got a staff meeting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Then I got to work tomorrow night. Yay.
With that being said, guys, peace out. See you later. Have a good night.
See ya.